Chapter 1970. The Divine Dragon Palace. Yang Qin did not hesitate to choose the latter, not even wasting any time to think. Why? Although Aolan was the one who made the choice, she did not want to follow Yang Qin's intentions. Right now, Yang Qin's choice of the Divine Dragon Palace was clearly in line with her intentions. However, she started to feel strange about Yang Qin's choice. Could it be that he was joking when he asked about slaying the dragon at the start? Or did he already guess my reaction, so he is playing hard to get? There is no reason. Yang Qin smiled and explained, "How hard is a metal-attributed divine dragon palace? If it is an item spirit, it would be good to have a dragon spirit. However, I was just saying, there is no need to insist on a dragon spirit. It is not worth it to offend a dragon race expert for this. I still have to thank Senior for helping me gather the Golden Dragon Palace." Aolan nearly vomited blood. What do you mean by there is no need to insist on a dragon spirit? Why did you not say this earlier? Why did you have to wait until I made two choices? Isn't this cheating the dragon? However, Aolan also understood that she had been too clever for her own good. She had thought herself clever and raised another condition, even giving Yang Qin a choice. This was her greatest mistake. If she had known earlier, she would have just emphasized to Yang Qin that the dragon race's pride could not be offended. Perhaps Yang Qin would have backed off and not used a dragon spirit as an item spirit. Now, she even had to help Yang Qin find a metal-attributed divine dragon palace to complete the 5-element dragon palace. Senior is also preparing for a rainy day. Yang Qin's evil plan succeeded. Instead, he put in a good word for Aolan. I know that after Senior Fire Dragon's resurrection, the 5 elements will be filled and you'll need a 5-element dragon palace. So, you helped this junior gather one in advance to see the effect. Senior is indeed very thorough. I believe that Senior Fire Dragon will be very grateful to Senior for showing such concern for me. Xiao Chen obtained great benefits from gathering a 5-element dragon palace for himself. However, he made Aolan's mistake sound like it was a big deal. Only Yang Qin could do such a thing. At the very least, Aolai at the side could not do so. At this moment, he wanted to laugh but did not dare to. He looked like he was trying hard to hold back his laughter, looking comical. However, Yang Qin's words gave Aolan a good way out. She was also a smart person. She immediately understood what was going on. She snorted and said, "It's good that you know." This barely resolved the awkwardness and calming the atmosphere for Yang Qin. It was as Yang Qin said, since the dragon could complete the 5 elements in the future, then Yang Qin's 5 dragon might be a rehearsal. It was a good time to see what the pros and cons of the 5 elements dragon palace were. When the fire dragon was resurrected and the dragon palace was re-refined, there would also be a specific reference. It would be more perfect than Yang Qin's dragon palace. After Yang Qin to Xiao to find a metal-attributed dragon, not to Qin to Hunat. It was normal for such a strong person like Aolan to know 1 or 2 metal-attributed dragon race companions. Yang Qin only needed to wait for the results. He did not need to worry about what happened in the process. Although Yang Qin's family served Aolan and Aolai very diligently, Aolan still felt cheated by Yang Qin. However, she could not get angry at Yang Qin. She could only vent her anger on the dragon palace. Aolan used the spiritual energy in the spirit vein to refine the dragon palace. She even took over the task of merging the other 3 dragon palaces. Aolan's cultivation was much higher than Xiao Tian's. When she attacked in anger, her speed was much faster. Right now, Xiao Tian only needed to use the Dragon Pagoda to control the overall progress. He did not need to do anything at all. Based on this situation, the 4 dragon palaces would merge in no time. Aolai was still as carefree as ever at Yang Qin's place. She would eat and drink. When she wanted to help, she would help. When she did not, she would find a room in the Fire Dragon Palace. Otherwise, she would lie down on the large map of the plaza and enjoy the spiritual energy surging over from all directions. Ao Lan was very dissatisfied with Ao Lai's behavior. However, she would not say anything in front of Yang Chen's family, other than venting her anger by refining the Dragon Palace. She would wait for the people that Yang Chen was waiting for to come. It was said that they were all enemies. When Yang Chen discovered this spirit vein, there was a concealment formation above it. It was also because of the existence of this formation that Yang Chen was able to conclude that this place had already been discovered by the Tri-River Alliance. Waiting here was not a waste of time. At the very least, there was hope. The people from the Tri-River Alliance did not let Yang Chen and Ao Lan wait for too long. They only stayed in the spirit vein for slightly more than a year before they sensed cultivators activating the formation above the spirit vein. The people from the Tri-River Alliance are here. After Yang Chen noticed the movement, his face also showed a smile, and he happily smiled at his wives and concubines who had been accompanying him. "Hubby, how do you know that it is them and not the people who discovered the spirit vein by chance?" Sun Qingxue was too lazy to use her brain sometimes, and asked Yang Chen directly, because they got close to the spirit vein without destroying the formation. Shi Wushuang explained with a smile. During these days, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang, and Murong were the happiest. This was because their hubby had helped them obtain a wood dragon palace. It was completely compatible with their 5 elements. The reason was simple. Although the formation was only a concealment formation, it was not something an ordinary cultivator could break. It was possible to break it with brute force. However, to enter without destroying the formation, other than experts like Ao Lan, there were only people who understood formations. It was obvious that the person who set up the formation was someone who understood formations. There was only one cultivator who appeared as Xian Immortal. Although the Tri-River Alliance's high-end combat power was almost completely wiped out in the previous battle, there was still a group of Xian Immortal experts that remained. It was impossible for the Tri-River Alliance to send all their forces. It was necessary to leave a group of experts behind. The person who appeared now was obviously the expert who had stayed behind. With Ao Lan's methods, the Xian Immortal expert outside did not notice anything strange about the spirit vein. After cautiously checking the surroundings with his spiritual sense, he entered the spirit vein. He placed a translucent ball inside the spirit vein and stood guard by the side. Everything was in line with Yang Chen's guess to replenish the spiritual power of the Immortal's cave. The translucent ball was obviously the new mountain gate of the 3-River Alliance. Not every cultivator had the methods of the dragon race to record all the spirit veins in the world on a huge map and extract the spirit vein at any time. Naturally, the people from the Tri-River Alliance could not do that. They did not want to cause a huge commotion by directly collecting the spirit vein. Thus, they could only use this method of replenishing the spirit vein at any time. The Xian Immortal expert, who was calmly absorbing the spirit vein, would never imagine that someone was targeting him in the cave he was guarding below the spirit vein. Yang Chen looked at the cave and was already drooling. Chapter 1971. Yang Chen's target was very clear. It was the core cave mansion that contained most of the 3-River Alliance disciples. This kind of grotto heaven level magic treasure, because it belonged to the sect, under normal circumstances, it would not be refined by anyone. At most, it would be imprinted with a spiritual sense imprint to make it easier to control. Once the sect's elder in charge of the cave mansion took over, as long as the original controller took back his spiritual sense imprint, then the new controller would imprint his own spiritual sense imprint. The process was very simple. It was also because of this simple control that Yang Chen had the opportunity to take advantage of. As long as the item was in Yang Chen's hands, it would not be easy for the controller to take it back. The so-called spiritual sense imprint, other than the dragon clans, what else could escape Xiao Tian's big mouth? Ao Lan had been suppressing her anger for a long time. Seeing this Xian Immortal expert, who came knocking on her door, she was even more furious. She could not vent on Yang Chen's family. Ao Lai, that heartless fellow, was still in the body of the fire dragon, so it was not good for her to vent. She could only vent on this unlucky fellow. Of course, an expert was an expert. Even when she was venting her anger, she did not forget to keep a clear mind. Ao Lan was very clear about what Yang Chen wanted. She would not ruin Yang Chen's plans. One must know that this fellow still held the hope of the fire dragon's rebirth. If she did not want Yang Chen to fall out with her, it was best not to anger Yang Chen. A golden immortal level furious spiritual sense suddenly shrouded the Xian immortal expert's body. In an instant, that expert felt a chill all over his body. Before he could react, the cave abode ball not far from his hand disappeared without a trace in an instant. This time, how could the Xian immortal expert not know what the other party's goal was? However, in the instant before and after he thought about it, he suddenly lost his sense of the cave mansion that was still in his control. The spiritual sense imprint that he planted on the cave mansion was suddenly blocked and then disappeared. He did not know where it went. Now that the spiritual sense imprint had disappeared, wanting to control the cave mansion was already a dream. Not to mention controlling it, even sensing the location of the cave mansion was a big problem. This time, the Xian immortal expert was scared out of his wits, and he lost 2 of his 3 souls. That cave abode was the last hope of the Three River Alliance, the core of the sect. Now, there were hundreds of thousands of disciples of all levels in the cave abode alone, not to mention the various resources that the sect had plundered in the spiritual realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Once it was lost, it meant that the Three River Alliance would never be able to rise again. However, the Xian immortal expert had no time to care about anything else. That mysterious expert's spiritual sense had already firmly locked onto him. In the next second, it was no longer a divine sense that had locked onto him, but a huge 5-clawed dragon claw was grabbing at his head. Ao Lan, who had completely let go of his rage, intended to intimidate Yang Chen. He attacked with the force of a thunderbolt, not giving that Xian immortal expert any chance. At this moment, the Xian immortal expert couldn't even break the formation at the entrance, let alone find the cave abode of the sect. Locked by the unbelievably powerful divine sense, he could only watch helplessly as the dragon claw broke his natal flying sword, and then tore apart his protective magic treasure like it was a thin piece of paper. Finally, it grabbed his body and forcefully pulled it back. The last thing that the Xian immortal expert in charge of the cave abode of the Three River Alliance heard was a familiar voice. "Don't destroy the corpse. It is the corpse of a Xian immortal expert." In that short moment, he couldn't remember which familiar person's voice belonged to. Then he lost consciousness. "You won't even let go of a corpse." Ao Lan's irritated voice was like that of an exasperated shrew. There was no helping it. His anger had not been completely vented, and he had to forcefully suppress it. This was the kind of emotion that anyone would feel. A mere Xian immortal expert was not enough to effectively vent Ao Lan's anger. "I need it for a Ling's Mountain River geographical map." Yang Chen was not afraid of Ao Lan flipping out. He said boldly and confidently, "That is your dragon race's magic treasure. You did not tell us how to refine it, so we can only experiment. The world in the Mountain River geographical map will be more stable after merging with the Xian immortal expert's corpse. Don't tell me you don't know." Before Ao Lan could flare up, Yang Chen immediately continued to provoke him. "If Senior is not happy, why don't you go to the core of the trial grounds and start a massacre? There are many Xian immortal demonic beasts there. It is definitely enough for Senior to go on a killing spree." Of course, at the end of his words, Yang Chen did not forget to remind Ao Lan. "However, Senior must remember to bring back the corpses after you kill them. The more the better." Ao Lan already did not know how to express his current emotions. If he was angry on the one hand, Yang Chen's family was on his side. On the other hand, Ao Lan was worried about the resurrection of the fire dragon. It was not appropriate for him to express his anger at Yang Chen. However, if he was not angry, Yang Chen's attitude was infuriating. All in all, Ao Lan looked sullen, like he wanted to be angry but did not dare to be angry. Seeing Ao Lan suffer a setback, Ao Lai's face tensed up, not daring to show any expression. However, he was already laughing so hard in his heart that he could not catch his breath. Ao Lan had always been very strict with Xiao Qin. From his cultivation to his behavior, Ao Lan could not allow him to make any mistakes. Ao Lai did not know what relationship the fire dragon had with Ao Lan, but Ao Lan could not tolerate Ao Lai doing something that tarnished the dignity of the dragon race with the fire dragon's physical body. These days, Ao Lai had been living a life worse than death. It was like he had returned to the dark days of the Langia well. Even the strong Ao Lan was so angry today. The joy in Ao Lai's heart was like eating an iced watermelon during the hottest days of summer. He felt refreshed from head to toe. However, Ao Lai did not dare to show it at all. He could only pretend that he did not see it. Otherwise, Ao Lan would not flare up at Yang Qin and would definitely vent his anger on Ao Lai. Not hitting the diligent or lazy, but hitting the blind. This was the time when Ao Lan needed to be perceptive. Although Ao Lan was angry, Yang Chen's words about the mountain and river geographical map allowed Ao Lan to calm down and ponder over it carefully. The dragon race had their own refining methods. Ao Lan definitely could not tell Yang Qin. Even if he told Yang Qin, Yang Chen would not be able to do it. However, Ao Lan had not expected Yang Qin to find such a method. He was somewhat surprised. Ao Lan quickly controlled his emotions and asked Yang Qin, "How did you discover this method?" It was Senior who reminded me. Yang Qin did not forget to mention Ao Lan's contributions. He smiled and replied, "Senior said that the mountain and river geographical map is meant to refine a new world, surpassing a cave. Since it is a world, naturally the more stable it is, the better. As long as we work hard in this direction, it should not be wrong." Chapter 1972. It had to be said that Yang Chen's method of not asking about the process and only pursuing the final result could be considered a solution. Since everyone was a cultivator, the great Tao had 3,000 paths, and they all led to the same destination. Even the Taoist, demonic, and fiend cultivators could achieve their own great Tao. In that case, it did not matter whether one used the dragon race's method or the human race's method when refining a new world. It was fine as long as it worked. That makes sense. In a rare moment, Ao Lan actually nodded in agreement. Then she said some words of self-reflection. I was too rigid. After saying that, Ao Lan closed her eyes and started to think quietly. Yang Qin gestured for everyone to remain quiet. Then he silently handed several 6-revolution, virtuous heart, questioning pills to Ao Lan. Ao Lan had been in the spiritual realm for many years. The moment the questioning heart pill was before her, she could smell it. She opened her eyes wide and nodded at Yang Qin. Then she did not stand on ceremony and swallowed all the pills in one gulp. The questioning heart pill was not a rare pill in the spiritual realm. Ao Lan herself had a rank 7 questioning heart pill as well. However, she did not care about it at all. Instead, she swallowed the 6-revolution questioning heart pill that Yang Qin gave her. It could only be said that Yang Chen's empty-handed refining left a deep impression on Ao Lan. Ao Lan already had a stubborn faith in Yang Chen's alchemy skills. Indeed, this was the case. The moment the questioning heart pill entered her stomach, the medicinal effects took effect. Ao Lan immediately noticed the difference. Not to mention a rank 7 revolution questioning heart pill. Even higher ranked pills would not have such an effect. At this moment, these questioning heart pills were like charcoal in snowy weather to Ao Lan. She could not avoid owing Yang Qin another favor. Ao Lan also entered closed-door cultivation. Yang Qin carefully settled her down and let Ao Lai take care of her. Then he went to another room with the girls. "Xiao Tian, give the cave abode to a Ling." Yang Chun instructed, and Xiao Tian immediately spat out the spherical cave abode from its stomach. Gong Sunling had already prepared a geographical map. The moment the cave abode came out, it was immediately wrapped up and disappeared. Ah Ling, leave a divine sense imprint on it, then slowly refine it. Yang Chun pointed out to Gong Sunling and carefully left his spiritual sense imprint on the core mountain gate of the Three River Alliance. If such a super immortal cave could be refined and fused with the Mountain River geographical map, then the Mountain River geographical map would definitely be able to improve to a higher level. Aside from stability, a world also needed a large space, a massive amount of resources, and enough living beings and cultivators. This cave abode of the Tri-River Alliance just happened to meet these requirements. What if some experts find something wrong and come out of the cave? Gong Sunling carefully followed her husband's instructions and didn't forget to ask her own questions. Don't be afraid. No matter how many experts come out, immediately send them to a place with no one around. Do not let them gather together. Yang Qin answered patiently. They just came out of the cave abode, so I believe they won't realize that they're no longer in the spiritual realm, but in another world. As long as they don't immediately attack the empty ground or sky, there's nothing to worry about. As long as it's a cultivator, cultivating in the Mountain River geographical map is equivalent to helping you refine the Mountain River geographical map. Yang Chen said with a smile, the more expert cultivators come out, the faster you can refine the corpses of those Xian immortal demonic beasts, and the more stable the Mountain River geographical map will be. By the time these cultivators find out that something is wrong, they would no longer have the ability to leave the Mountain River geographical map. What Yang Chen said was the biggest feature of the Mountain River geographical map. The Dragon Clan's magical weapon was powerful here. It always had some incredible super functions. As the owner of the Mountain River geographical map, Gong Sunling understood it better than Yang Chen. Her husband had already explained it so clearly. How could Gong Sunling not understand? She nodded again and again, with a smile on her face. However, there is still a fatal flaw in the Mountain River geographical map. After Gong Sunling finished being happy, Yang Chen began to pour cold water on Gong Sunling. The fatal flaw made Gong Sunling suddenly nervous. She anxiously pulled her husband and asked, like the cave mansion of the Three River Alliance, spiritual power can't be replenished at any time and place. We can only find spiritual veins to absorb spiritual power. Yang Chen said with a smile, and at the same time explained, the Mountain River geographical map originally only accommodated some experts of the mortal world, and the spiritual world has taken in billions of spiritual world natives. The strongest of these people are only at the Mahayana stage. Even if they have the strength of human immortal, they haven't gone through the heavenly tribulation. So the Mountain River geographical map was enough to provide them with spiritual power for cultivation. But it's different after taking the cave mansion of the Three River Alliance. There are hundreds of thousands of human immortal, earth immortal, and heaven immortal disciples. The spiritual power consumed will be thousands of times, and the Mountain River geographical map is not enough. Yang Chen said this fatal flaw. But there was no panic on his face. He just looked at Gong Sunling and said, but you don't have to worry for the time being. You have my husband and the Dragon Palace. You don't have to worry about this. Gong Sunling immediately understood. It was indeed troublesome. The Mountain River geographical map couldn't provide spiritual power. It could only absorb spiritual power for the cultivators inside to cultivate. But since they were in the Dragon Palace, they didn't have to worry about this at all. The big map on the square showed all the spiritual veins in the spiritual world. They could absorb spiritual power from all kinds of spiritual veins at any time and place. There was no need to worry about spiritual power exhaustion. The more corpses of Xian immortal demon beasts are integrated, the more stable the world is, the more cultivators there are. I believe the more spiritual power it can contain. Yang Chen continued, take it slowly. First refine the cave mansion of the Three River Alliance. then we will find the cave mansion of the Holocaust sect and the Thousand Demon sect. If we don't accept the benefits that are sent to us, we will be struck by lightning." His words were said casually. Gong Sunling and the girls were all smiles. It was just that the disciples of the Three River Alliance didn't expect that they were no longer the poor wanderers. They had become the vassals of Gong Sunling in the Mountain River geographical map. The disciples of the Holocaust sect and the Thousand Demon sect, who were on the run, didn't know that they and the cave mansion they were in had been targeted by Yongqin and his family. As instructed by Yongqin, during the process of Gong Sunling slowly refining the cave mansion, there were still disciples of the Three River Alliance who noticed something was wrong. Dozens of Xian Immortal experts immediately came out of the cave mansion to check. Gong Sunling has always kept in mind Yang Chen's words. As soon as these people came out, they were immediately transferred to a sparsely populated place. Those people did not know where they were. At most, they were alert and carefully explored the surroundings. No one thought that they were still in the other side of the world, and no one directly attacked. As a result, these poor masters became Gong Sunling's helpers. The world of the Mountain River geographical map was big enough, as more and more experts came out of the cave mansion to check. The refining speed became faster and faster. Chapter 1973. About half of the Three River Alliance disciples had already come out of the cave abode. The first to come out were Xian Immortal experts, then Heaven Immortal experts, then Earth Immortal experts. There were about 100,000 experts that came out, and the remaining worldly immortal disciples were about 400,000 to 500,000. With so many experts cultivating, it was equivalent to helping Gong Sunling refine the Mountain River geographical map. All of them were experts whose cultivation level was much higher than Gong Sunling's, and the speed at which they worked together was almost like flying. Watching a complete demonic beast corpse silently merge into the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye and become a part of the Mountain River geographical map. This feeling was very pleasant. What surprised Gong Sunling even more was that the merged demonic beast corpse would directly form a new spiritual vein at that location. This was something Gong Sunling never expected, and Yongqin never expected. Who would have thought that the problem of the spiritual vein would be solved in this way, and they didn't even have to stay in the Dragon Palace for a long time. Demonic beasts above Xian Immortal Level 5 would form a Heaven Immortal Level spiritual vein, and those below this level would form a slightly lower level spiritual vein, an Earth Immortal Level. But no matter what, such a huge number was enough to make up for the lack of level. But it was normal. A Heaven Immortal Level spiritual vein could only support the spiritual energy of a Heaven Immortal during cultivation. Although the corpses of Xian Immortal Level 5 and above were lifeless, the spiritual energy contained within did not disappear, and after merging into a world, it was not surprising that it formed a spiritual vein suitable for Heaven Immortals to cultivate. Back in the mortal world, Long Xian alone provided the spiritual energy for everyone in the Zhao manner to cultivate. The spiritual energy contained within the Xian Immortal Level demonic beast corpse was enough to satisfy the cultivation needs of a few Heaven Immortals. 100,000 cultivators, all Earth Immortals, Heaven Immortals, and Xian Immortals, cultivated together, and the speed of refining the demonic beast corpse was like flying. A Xian Immortal Level demonic beast corpse turned into a spiritual vein in less than 2 days. This change made Gong Sunling ecstatic, but also gave Yongqin a lot of thoughts. If this was how the spiritual vein in Gong Sunling's Mountain River geographical map was formed, then how did the spiritual vein in the real world appear? In the real world, there were more cultivators, but they did not discover any changes in the dead, demonic beast corpses. Perhaps the real world was not as simple as a magic treasure. In the past, there were many aborigines, but most of them had very low cultivation levels. They didn't have a systematic cultivation method and didn't have heavenly tribulations. Most of them were at the golden core and nascent soul stages. Only a few could reach the great ascension stage and even rarer Heaven Immortal level. However, These powers did not have a significant effect on the spiritual realm's Mountain River geographical map. In the Mountain River geographical map, everything must be controlled according to the Master Gong Sun Ling's mind. The cultivation base of these aborigines was low, and these masters of the Three River Alliance were in a bad mood recently. Gong Sun Ling did not want the two sides to meet and bring disaster to these aborigines. Although the cultivators of the Three River Alliance were not evil cultivators who would kill without a care for the consequences, but who knew what kind of personality they would have under the stimulation of the destruction of their sex, so it was better to be safe. The aboriginals were directly sent to the mortal world in the Mountain River geographical map by Gong Sunling. The cultivators of the Three River Alliance still stayed in the so-called spiritual world. Of course, there were also the cultivators who Gong Sunling collected in the mortal world who had gone through the heaven tribulation with her. Those were real human immortals, not like the aboriginals. The sudden addition of the cultivators was the real powerful force, almost reaching the effect of changing the world of the Mountain River geographical map. With the fusion and refining of the demonic beast corpses, the spiritual vein in the Mountain River geographical map increased. An entire world of the Mountain River geographical map became more and more stable. Of course, such a good thing as the spiritual vein should be given to one's own people. Those old people who followed Gong Sunling all the way in the Mountain River geographical map were used to living according to Gong Suanling's arrangements and orders, so they were naturally considered one of them. First, a few heaven immortal spiritual veins were given to those people. Of course, always ignoring the experts of the Three River Alliance didn't seem to be a solution. If these guys had nothing to do, there was no guarantee that they would come up with something. The pursuit of spiritual veins was not an ordinary kind of urgency for cultivators. If they accidentally found a few heaven immortal and earth immortal spiritual veins, these experts would definitely be very happy. Therefore, some of the Three River Alliance experts were pleasantly surprised to find that they actually met companions and acquaintances in this strange place. Even if they weren't familiar with each other, they were all from the same sect. So of course they had to stick together. Then, everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that there was a spiritual vein not far away. There were no other cultivators around the spiritual vein. Obviously, it was an ownerless land. What did cultivation rely on? Wasn't it the law, earth, companion, and wealth? Wasn't the spiritual vein the land of law, earth, companion, and wealth? Since it was an ownerless land, and everyone found it, didn't this fulfill everyone's wish to cultivate? This strange place was obviously not that bad. Just the discovery of the spiritual vein was enough for these cultivators to cultivate in peace for a long time. Because of the spiritual vein, the experts of the Three River Alliance selectively ignored the fact that they could no longer find the cave abode in the sect and began to focus on cultivation. No matter when, only one's own cultivation could save one's life. Everything else was meaningless. Since they came to a strange place, and there were no hidden dangers around, who would doubt the fact that a few people could occupy a spiritual vein for cultivation? One should know that even the mountain gate of the Three River Alliance only had 8 heaven immortal spiritual veins and a few hundred earth immortal spiritual veins. That was shared by many disciples. Now that a few people could share a heaven immortal spiritual vein, how could they not take advantage of it? The same thought appeared in dozens of small groups. The Earth Immortal and above experts who appeared first had already formed into small groups. The Three River Alliance was originally an alliance of rogue cultivators, so they didn't have a close relationship with each other. But now there didn't seem to be anything wrong. No matter what, improving one's cultivation was the most important thing. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In 10 years, thousands of mystic immortal demon corpses had all been refined. Now, Gong Suanling's target had turned to the core cave abode of the Three River Alliance. As long as she refined this cave abode, not only would the Mountain River geographical map have a bigger space, but the number of cultivators who could affect the map would also increase. Chapter 1974. While Gong Sunling was refining the Mountain River geographical map, everyone did not rest. Apart from the metal element, the Dragon Palace had already gathered all the other 4 elements, except for Shi Shanshan and Moronghan, as well as several maids who have not yet had a fixed exclusive room. The rest of the women were cultivating in their respective rooms. However, Shi Shanshan and the others with the metal attribute were not so discouraged. Her husband had already made a deal with Aolon, an expert of the Dragon Clan. They believed that the Golden Dragon Palace would soon be merged into the 5 Elements Dragon Palace. All of this happened in front of the women's eyes. From having nothing in the mortal world to being able to cultivate in the 5 Elements Dragon Palace. If not for the fact that the Dragon Palace was right in front of them, they might have thought that it was a dream. Who would have thought that mortals could cultivate to this point? Gong Sunling had entered the state, and Zhou Xianying was also in seclusion. Yang Qin did not favor one and discriminated against the other. He paid attention to the cultivation of each of the women. With his experience of creating the Merit Golden Body secret art and cultivating to the present realm, plus the memory of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal in his previous life, it was more than enough to guide the wives and maids of any genius. Gao Yu's problem was how to refine the fire and water dragon horns completely. This problem was more complicated. Even Yang Qin did not have a comprehensive solution now. He could only let Gao Yu cultivate her spiritual power and divine sense first. As for the magic treasure, he would ask Brother Li Cheng the next time he met him. He believed that Brother Li Cheng would have a solution. Even if Brother Li Cheng did not fully understand the Dragon Clan, it was still possible to come up with a compromise. The short-term goal of Sun Qingshue's current cultivation was very clear. That was to completely refine the ultimate demonized vine. That was a powerful second-grade, earthly immortal. After being nurtured by Devil Qi for countless years, and after fusing with the blood demon vine, it was even more powerful. It was believed that when she refined it, her cultivation would at least reach the level of Earth Immortal. Shi Shanshan's cultivation path was more clear. The supreme pure Yang Sword Qi would not fall behind even in the immortal world. In terms of pure attack power, it could be ranked in the top 3 of the Sword Qi. Just cultivating this Sword Qi was enough for Shi Shanshan to cultivate from the mortal world all the way to the immortal world. Right now, the Morong sisters were wholeheartedly focused on controlling the dragon puppet, and then using the intermediate golden immortal dragon puppet to help them refine the 5 elements rope hook. It had to be said that this was also a shortcut. No matter what, the dragon puppet was still a member of the Dragon Clan. Even if no one knew how the Dragon Clan should refine it, there wouldn't be any harm in letting the dragon puppet make a move. Tao, Junki, and Shi Wushuang were relatively weaker, but under Yang Chen's guidance, their cultivation of origin spirit force had also reached the point of perfection, and their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Speaking of which, the cultivation of Yang Chen's wives and concubines was quite normal. However, Lady Fanghua and her disciples were a bit confusing to Yang Chen. Lady Fanghua and the rest's cultivation levels were still within the normal range. Compared to before the Devil Calamity, there was a slight increase, but it was still within expectations. However, during the 10 years that they had been by Yang Chen's side, Lady Fanghua and the rest had given Yang Chen a huge surprise. The Devil Sect's cultivation technique was indeed a rapid advancement, and everyone had a concept of it. Yang Chen was also very clear about it. However, no matter how rapid the advancement was, it was impossible to directly advance from the 7th stage of the Earth Immortal stage to the peak of the Earth Immortal stage in a short 10 years, right? What was even more surprising was that Lady Fanghua wasn't the only one who advanced. Even the cultivation of the 30 beautiful maids had increased, like a hot knife through butter. To advance from the 5th stage of the Earth Immortal stage to the 9th stage of the Earth Immortal stage in 10 years, no matter how one looked at it, it wasn't normal. You guys used the Millennium Pill? There's no need, right? Yang Qin couldn't help but ask in surprise. This kind of advancement could only be explained by using the Millennium Pill. Could it be that there was some kind of devil technique that Yang Chen didn't know about that could increase one's cultivation quickly? No, it's Big Brother Li Cheng's Heavenly Essence Pill and the 28 Constellation Sky Splitting Array. Lady Fanghua enjoyed looking at Yang Chen's surprised expression. She finally covered her mouth and laughed for a while before replying with a sweet smile. In the past, I have been consolidating my cultivation according to your instructions. Recently, I felt that it was enough, so I started to refine the Heavenly Essence Pill that Big Brother Li Cheng gave me. The group of maids also smiled sweetly. Their husband was really muddle-headed at times, but the concern in his words was not fake. All the maids felt a burst of sweetness in their hearts. A Heavenly Essence Pill could increase your cultivation so much. Yang Chen was a little stunned. He originally thought that the Millennium Pill that he refined with the demonic killing bead was already very amazing. He didn't expect that Big Brother Li Cheng would use a pill to increase the average cultivation of 31 Earth Immortals to near the peak of the Earth Immortal stage. What kind of concept was this? That's not it. Lady Fanghua replied with a coquettish voice. Yang Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. If a pill could really have such an effect, then all the alchemists in the spiritual world should be ashamed to death. Less than half a pill. Seeing that Yang Chen was obviously relaxed, Lady Fanghua seemed to have guessed the reason. This almost mature stunner turned her eyes and said slowly in a very innocent tone. While talking, she also took out a golden medicinal pill for Yang Chen to see. Grandpa, you see it's less than a tenth of it. Looking at the Heavenly Essence Pill that was not much smaller than in his memory, Yang Chen was stunned for a while. After the shock, there was another kind of indescribable feeling. No wonder there was always someone better. Although Yang Chen knew that Big Brother Li Cheng had some very brilliant methods. When Big Brother Li Cheng gave Yang Chen such a shock on the path of alchemy, Yang Chen could not help but reevaluate himself. Have I become too complacent over the past few years? Because Yang Chen created the virtuous golden body art and cultivated it all the way to his current realm. He was very proud. Furthermore, he did not show any weakness when facing Aolan, a great expert of the dragon race, and even succeeded time after time. This made Yang Chen somewhat arrogant. Now that Xiao Chen saw the Heavenly Essence Pill that Big Brother Li Cheng gave to Lady Fanghua and the others, he became alert. At any time, pride was the greatest enemy of doing anything, not to mention cultivation. Having confidence was a good thing. However, too much confidence turned into blind confidence. That would be a disaster. Yang Chen was very glad that he saw this Tianyuan pill when he was not aware that he was already arrogant and complacent. All the things that made Yang Chen self-inflated were all thrown out of the sky by him. Xiao Chen was still far from being a true expert. He was not someone who could be arrogant just because he had some small accomplishments. Fortunately, Xiao Chen recognized this now. He still had time to maintain a calm state of mind and not do anything irreversible. Perhaps it was time to seek Big Brother Li Cheng's advice. Chapter 1975. Yang Chen's vigilance did not last long. Zhou Xianying woke up from her closed-door cultivation, with the marrow accumulation pill nourishing her body. Even though Zhou Xianying had not moved for more than 10 years, she did not feel numb or have difficulty moving after waking up. On the contrary, Zhou Xianying was very spirited after her closed-door cultivation. Husband. Yang Chen was the first to sense that Zhou Xianying had come out of closed-door cultivation. When Zhou Xianying opened her eyes, before she could stand up, a familiar hand helped her up. Zhou Xianying immediately revealed a sweet smile and called out to Yang Chen intimately. If those people who were familiar with Granny Tianqin's style of doing things saw this scene, their eyeballs would probably pop out of their sockets. Is this still that ruthless Granny Tianqin who kills people at the drop of a hat? Of course, this was also what Yang Chen was most proud of. Even Granny Tianqin behaved like a good wife and loving mother in front of him. This gave him a much greater sense of accomplishment than killing a profound, immortal, demonic beast. Zhou Xianying had gained a lot from this closed-door cultivation, not to mention anything else. Just her cultivation had risen by 2 minor realms, directly reaching the rank for Heavenly Immortal Realm. How difficult was it to jump 2 minor realms from the Heavenly Immortal Realm in a short 10 years? Fortunately, Xiao Chun had accumulated enough in the past. This time, she had gained some comprehension in the area of music. Naturally, success came naturally. Xiao Chen's miraculous comprehension was all thanks to Yang Chen's pointers when the sect masters were splitting the spoils. Zhou Xianying did not care if she was the oldest or if she was much older than her husband. She burrowed into Yang Chen's embrace and expressed her gratitude affectionately. After that, she bathed and changed her clothes with the help of a few maidservants. Not long after Zhou Xianying came out of closed-door cultivation, Aolan, the super expert, also woke up. Of course, after Aolan woke up, she did not serve him as attentively as Yang Chen. They were not that close yet. The moment Aolan woke up, she broke out in a cold sweat before she could check her changes carefully. One had to know that she had suddenly entered a state of seclusion in Yang Chen's territory. Furthermore, she had unsuspectingly consumed the pill that Yang Chen had given her. If Yang Chen had any other thoughts, he might have eaten Aolan up already, leaving not even scraps behind. When did his vigilance become so poor? Could it be that Aolan is so at ease with Yang Chen because Aolai is by his side? Even Aolan found this reason funny. If Yang Chen wanted to do something, Aolai would not say whether he would stop him. Whether he could stop him or not was another matter. Don't look at how Aolan sometimes disdained Yang Chen, this kind of human immortal junior, but in her heart there was no trace of unspeakable fear. However, in what state of mind was she so unguarded against Yang Chen? Not only did he not look at Yang Chen's pill, but he also entered closed-door cultivation right under Yang Chen's nose. Such confidence was not like Aolan's usual character at all. Aolan was not someone who deceived others and herself, much less comforted herself. Those who thought that she was helpless against a human immortal junior like Yang Chen, a golden immortal, were even more of a joke. Not to mention anything else. Just that fellow playing with all sorts of toys in the Dragon Palace was enough to make Aolan tremble in fear. Once they made a move, who knew what the consequences would be? Perhaps in Aolan's subconscious, she did not treat Yang Chen as an enemy. At the very least, when she saw Xiao Tian carrying the dragon pagoda, she was envious but did not have any other thoughts. Even the other dragon race magic treasures on Yang Chen were the same. Since Yang Chen could obtain all these, he should not be an enemy of the dragon race. After realizing this, Aolan relaxed like she was relieved of a heavy burden. Only now did Aolan start to pay attention to the effects of her closed-door cultivation. If Aolan had not seen it, she would not have known. The moment she saw it, she was startled. Even she had not expected that the effects of her closed-door cultivation would be so obvious. It even made her feel like she was dreaming. Aolan did not know how many years it had been since she had a dream. However, this dream felt so real. To think that there was a cultivator in the spiritual realm who could cultivate to peak golden immortal, just one step shy of becoming a perfected golden immortal. Many golden immortal experts in the immortal realm could not enter this realm. However, Aolan did it in the spiritual realm. Aolan was able to achieve this because of the inspiration from Yang Chen's words, which led to her breakthrough. Aolan thought about how many incredible things Yang Chen had done since she got to know him. Aolan felt that it was not ridiculous for her to run into such a good opportunity. Congratulations, Senior. Yang Chen already cupped his fist and congratulated Aolan. Aolan's great improvement in cultivation was indeed something worth congratulating. That dragon race expert from the Zhao clan would probably have a headache. Don't call me Senior. Aolan could not help retorting. Don't you find it uncomfortable to call me senior? I feel that you are making me sound old. Big Sister Ao. When it came to climbing up the ladder, Yang Chen was definitely an expert, an outstanding talent among outstanding talents. The moment Ao Lan complained, Yang Chen immediately changed the way he addressed Ao Lan. Ao Lan was already aware of the trust and closeness she had for Yang Chen. She was very satisfied with him addressing her as Big Sister. Only then did it make them appear close. Ao Lan gave a firm answer before returning the greeting. Little brother Yang. Congratulations, Big Sister. Ao Lai also came over to congratulate Ao Lan. After that, the other women all congratulated Ao Lan. Of course, since Yang Chen already addressed Ao Lan as Big Sister Ao, and Ao Lan acknowledged it, even addressing Yang Chen as little brother. Yang Chen's women naturally followed Yang Chen's lead and addressed Ao Lan as Big Sister Ao. Actually, when Yang Chen addressed Ao Lan as Big Sister Ao for the first time, all the women knew that their husband had gained another great backer in the spiritual realm. This expert was the strongest expert they had ever seen. He was even stronger than the primal chaos world Lin Zhengyuan. In the future, as long as their husband did not do anything that angered the heavens and the people, he would basically be able to do whatever he wanted in the spiritual realm. This was a joyous matter. It was good news for everyone. At the very least, with this address of siblings, it would be easier for them to ask for advice on certain matters. For example, how to refine the dragon race's magic treasures. Of course, everyone knew what to do. No one would speak at this moment. When their relationship became even more intimate, perhaps Ao Lan would take the initiative to bring it up. Husband, we have already been here for quite some time. A Ling is almost done collecting that cave. What should we do next? Gao, you represented everyone and asked the question that everyone was concerned about. This time, it is the core sect of the Tri-River Alliance. Let's go somewhere else to try our luck. Yang Chen chuckled and said, Who knows, we might run into the people of the Scarlet Blood Sect or the 10,000 Fiend Sect. Chapter 1976. The reason why Gao Yu asked this question so quickly was to divert everyone's attention. In the end, she did not know whether to laugh or cry at Yang Chen's answer. Ao Lan was an old monster who had lived in the spiritual realm for tens of thousands of years. Such a strong expert had spoken politely, and Yang Chen actually followed her wishes and called her big sister. This was not respectful at all. No matter what, Ao Lan's seniority surpassed that of all the cultivators in the spiritual realm. For a human immortal junior to call her big sister, she did not pay attention and even agreed. Ao Lan had just woken up from closed-door cultivation and was probably not very clear-headed. Once he came to his senses, he might turn hostile. Even if he couldn't go back on his words because of what he had said, he might have resentment towards Yang Chen in his heart. With such an expert with a grudge by their side, it was an incomparably horrifying matter no matter how they thought about it. Thus, Gao Yu, who valued Yang Chen more than herself, could only use this stupid method to divert attention. Of course, there was another reason. After all, Ao Lan and Ao Lai could not keep following Yang Chen's family around, right? This question was also a way of asking them to leave. However, Gao Yu did not expect Yang Chen to reply like this. This was truly unexpected. Being able to coincidentally run into the people of the Three-River Alliance in the spirit vein was already considered lucky. Could it be that the experts of the Scarlet Blood Sect and the 10,000 Fiend Sect are fools? Or are they controlled by Hubby, and will definitely appear at the place that Hubby points out? The moment Yang Chen said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Among them, the most spirited was Gong Sunling. The core sect of the Three-River Alliance had nearly solidified the world in the Mountain River geographical map. Furthermore, this was under the situation where it had not been completely refined. If she obtained the core sects of the Scarlet Blood Sect and the 10,000 Fiend Sect, Gong Sunling did not dare to imagine what the Mountain River geographical map would become. There is such a good thing. Before Gao Yu could say anything, Aolan had already interrupted, saying, "Little brother, quickly bring us over to take a look. I also want to know what the mountain river geographical map will become if we follow your method. I also want to know to what extent Ling's cultivation will grow if she refines 2 more big caves." When Aolan addressed Yangqin as little brother, she did not force it at all. She said it naturally and smoothly. It seemed like she was not dissatisfied with how Yangqin addressed her. Instead, she quickly got into her role. Seeing this, Gao Yu was also slightly relieved. It seemed that things were not as bad as she thought. Hearing Aolan's words, everyone looked at Gong Sunling in shock. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it, but the moment he did, he was shocked. During these 10 years, not only did Zhou Xianying's and Aolan's cultivations increase, but even the master of the mountain river geographical map, Gong Sunling's cultivation had improved greatly. Initially, he was only a grade 5 human immortal, but without anyone noticing, he had directly leaped to the peak of human immortal, almost stepping into the earth immortal realm. Initially, Tao Junkie's cultivation level was the highest among the worldly immortals, but now it had become Gong Sunling. Yangqin was both startled and delighted. He even felt a little guilty. While he was in closed-door cultivation, he did not pay attention to the people around him. This was not right. This is a sudden change that occurred after I finished the initial refinement of the cave. I did not mean to hide it from husband. Everyone looked at Gong Sunling. Gong Sunling also appeared somewhat embarrassed. When she saw that Yangqin did not seem to know anything, she could not help explaining, "I do not know if it is good or bad to increase one's cultivation like this." "What is bad or bad about it?" Before Yangqin could say anything, Aolan already said tyrannically, "What do you think the magic treasure of my dragon race is? Could it be that the qualitative change in the mountain river geographical map still does not allow the master's cultivation to increase? What do you take my dragon race's magic treasure for?" However, didn't husband keep saying that the foundation must be good? Before Gong Sunling said anything, Sun Qingxue had already jumped out and countered Aolan with a question. "There's nothing wrong with progressing steadily, right?" When Aolan saw Sun Qingxue defending Yangqin like this, he could not help but tease her. Progressing steadily is not wrong. However, no one said that raising one's cultivation quickly is wrong. Sister Ling's cultivation base has increased so quickly, and it's not like Sister Fenghua's cultivation method. There will always be some flaws, right? Sun Qingxue was very dissatisfied and quickly asked, "It's always good to have a solid foundation." "You said it yourself. That is laying the foundation." Aolan's dragon face revealed a smile that everyone could understand, like he was teasing a child. He asked jokingly, "Are you all still laying the foundation now?" Aolan's words stunned everyone, including Yangqin. Indeed, they had already ascended from the mortal realm to the spiritual realm. They were no longer laying the foundation in the past. However, the cultivation method of the Taoist sects had always been like this, advancing steadily and steadily. Everyone kept feeling that something was wrong. Relying on little brother's medicinal pills to forcefully raise one's cultivation is not a good method. Aolan turned serious, no longer teasing Sun Qingxue. He said carefully, however, the increase in the quality of the life magic treasure will increase the master's cultivation as well. There are many benefits and no drawbacks. Why worry? After saying that, Aolan turned to Gao Yu, the Murong sisters, and the others whose life magic treasures were dragon race magic treasures. He said, seriously, "It is the same for the few of you. Quickly find a method suitable for you, human cultivators, to raise your life magic treasures. It will be much more useful than blindly studying cultivation techniques." Gao Yu and the Murong sisters knew that this was priceless advice. They bowed and thanked Aolan in unison. Aolan waved his hand and said, "In any case, you are little brother's wives and concubines, not outsiders. However, I cannot say more than that. Comprehend it yourself." Based on Ao Land's appearance, it seemed like there were some taboos about the dragon race's magic treasures that Ao Lan could not say. However, everyone was already very satisfied. For Ao Lan to say this much, she was already giving them a lot of face. It looked like she was very satisfied with Yang Qin, her new little brother. When she gave pointers, she did not ask for conditions or benefits like she did in the past. Yang Chen was very grateful as well. No matter what, he had learned more. This made Yang Qin even more determined to find big brother Li Cheng to seek guidance. However, before Xiao Chen went to look for big brother Li Cheng, he had to deal with the Scarlet Blood sect and the 10,000 Fiend sect first. Otherwise, he would waste time and miss the opportunity to be taken in by the Zhao clan. Just like how he dealt with the Three River Alliance, Yang Qin used the same method as when he was dealing with the Three River Alliance. First, he found a spirit vein that the Scarlet Blood sect found later. However, he discovered that the two spirit veins did not show any signs of being touched. It was only until the third spirit vein that he discovered a concealment formation similar to the one the Three River Alliance used. The effect of the formation was the same, but the method was different. Gong Sunling even studied it in passing. This time, Yang Qin and the others did not have to wait for long. In less than 2 months after they discovered the spirit vein, there were experts who rushed into the spirit vein. Then, like the profound immortal expert from the Three River Alliance, they started to control the 2 cave magic treasures to absorb spiritual energy. Chapter 1977. Unlike Three River Alliance, this expert from Holocaust sect controlled 2 cave mansions. It was unknown whether the level of the cave mansions was lower than Three River Alliance or because the foundation was deeper than Three River Alliance. Yang Qin guessed the latter. After all, Holocaust sect was a strict organization with strict seniority, while Three River Alliance was just a rogue cultivator alliance. Their cohesiveness were incomparable. Big sister Ao Lan still took the initiative this time. A mere Xian immortal expert was nothing before Ao Lan advanced. Now that she was a peak golden immortal, it was even easier. The 2 cave mansions immediately entered the Mountain River geographical map after passing through Xiao Tian's mouth. Of course, the corpse of a Xian immortal master was also quickly refined into a celestial immortal grade spirit vein in the Mountain River geographical map. Three River Alliance's cave mansions were not completely refined yet. There was only one last step left. It must be said that this kind of cave mansions that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of spiritual realm cultivators and allow them to cultivate normally was very powerful. If it wasn't for Gong Suinling's 100,000 Heaven Immortal and Earth Immortal experts, she wouldn't have been able to refine it to this extent in just 10 years. In order to speed up the refining process, she needed to increase the number of experts. Therefore, this batch of disciples from Holocaust sect became Gong Suinling's target. Gong Sunling took a completely different approach to Holocaust sect's cave mansions than Three River Alliance's. Before refining the Three River Alliance's cave mansions, Gong Suinling's Mountain River geographical map was not stable enough. A few Xian Immortal experts or hundreds of Heaven Immortal experts could easily break through. If there were enough Earth Immortal experts, it wasn't impossible to break through. Therefore, she carefully separated those experts and tried to make them think that this was the real world. With their own strength, she was able to refine thousands of Xian immortal beasts' corpses and half of Three River Alliance's cave mansions. Now, the Mountain River geographical map was stable enough that even hundreds of Xian immortal experts might not be able to break through. Moreover, there were many spiritual veins. Those cultivators all gathered together to enjoy the abundant spiritual veins. Who would think of anything else? They were gradually lost in the Mountain River geographical map and unconsciously became Gong Suinling's slaves. No matter how powerful the experts from the Holocaust sect were, it was impossible for them to play any tricks on the Mountain River geographical map that had been stabilized by the 100,000 experts from the Three River Alliance. Moreover, Gong Sunling only said that she took the initiative to provoke the 2 caves of the Holocaust sect so that the experts inside would come out on their own. As for how to deal with them after they came out, it was still the same method. Although the mountain river geographical map was stable, he had yet to completely refine the 3 River Alliance's cave abode. It was not advisable to create new problems and cause failure at the last moment. Just as Gong Sunling had expected, hundreds of experts rushed out from the 2 caves of the Holocaust sect at the first instance. It seemed that they had been in a state of anxiety recently, fearing that the major sect would come knocking on their door. On one hand, the higher-ups had to unify their thinking and suppress those troublemakers who could not accept this fact. On the other hand, they had to win over the disciples under them. On the outside, they had to be on guard against the enemy's encirclement. These experts who rushed out at the first instance were the emergency troops of the Holocaust sect. Unfortunately, when they came out, they realized that they were in an unfamiliar place. There were at most dozens of their companions around them, and there was a rather good spiritual vein not far away. This strange environment made them puzzled. Another important discovery was that they couldn't find the cave abode that they came out from. This was a big matter. The few of them immediately gathered together with the one with the highest cultivation level as the leader. Everyone carefully explored the surroundings and confirmed that this place was safe. Finally, after not knowing what had happened, everyone unanimously decided to cultivate with the help of the spiritual vein. It was more important to increase their cultivation level so that they wouldn't panic no matter what happened. Something must have happened in the cave abode of the sect. It was definitely a strong enemy, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. They didn't know what exactly happened, but since they were already here, they should take things as they came. The most important thing was to settle the few of them who were still alive. Right next to the spiritual vein, everyone started to take turns to guard and cultivate. These hundreds of people were either Xian Immortals or Heaven Immortals. Their cultivation level was very high. Once they joined the cultivation team, Gong Sunling could obviously feel that the refining speed had increased. Unfortunately, the number of people was still too little. Although their cultivation level was high, they were facing more than 100,000 Heaven Immortals and Earth Immortals. Their addition only sped up a little. More cultivators were needed. Gong Sunling seemed to be addicted to it. After settling this group of people, she immediately started to stimulate the 2 cave abodes to wait for more cultivators to come out. Why so troublesome? When Yang Chen heard Gong Sunling telling him about the situation in the mountain river geographical map, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. As long as you put your own divine sense imprint on the cave abode, you can control the cultivators inside to enter and exit. The cave abodes of the sect were controlled by the core higher-ups. Who could enter and who could leave was controlled by the controller. It was impossible for a disciple to easily enter and exit the core cave abode of the sect. This should be common sense. Because Gong Sunling was worried that too many masters would come out and break the mountain river geographical map, she had been very careful to control the number of people. It was not until a few months ago that it really stabilized. She had never considered the key in this. Now that Yang Chen reminded her, she suddenly realized that she had done a stupid thing. She couldn't help but waved her small fist and hit Yang Chen's chest before stopping. She blamed him for not reminding her earlier, causing her to waste so much time. You can't say that what you did before was wrong. Yang Chen smiled and endured Gong Sunling's fist. He held Gong Sunling in his arms. At the beginning, I can't release too many masters. Safety is the first priority. Fortunately, you didn't pay attention. If I release them all at once, there might be a big problem. Gong Sunling finally accepted Yang Chen's explanation. After staying in Yang Chen's arms for a while, she immediately began to control the 3 River Alliance's cave abode according to Yang Chen's instructions. The 3 River Alliance's cave abode was almost refined, not to mention the divine sense imprint. It was under Gong Sunling's command. In an instant, Hundreds of thousands of human immortal disciples in the cave abode were released and scattered to the various spiritual veins. Gong Sunling also had an extra thought. She sent these people to the original Three River Alliance's Heaven Immortal Masters, so that everyone could report their names and take care of each other. These new guys would involuntarily follow the seniors who have been wandering outside for 10 years to cultivate together. Hundreds of thousands of human immortal disciples poured in. This was a large number of fresh troops. The speed of refining the cave abode directly increased by 2 times. Gong Sunling still felt a little anxious. Under the strong request of Yang Qin, after careful calculation, she controlled the 2 cave abode of Holocaust sect and released hundreds of thousands of human immortal disciples. However, she didn't dare to release all of them. Chapter 1978. At this time, the number of human immortal stage cultivators in the entire Mountain River geographical map was close to 1 million. The refining speed had soared again, and Gong Sunling was very satisfied. However, this was not the final arrangement. Under the suggestion of Yang Qin, the various medicine garden magic weapons of the Three River Alliance and the Holocaust sect in the 3 core caves were all taken out by Gong Sunling. These were the treasures of the 2 sect. They did not belong to any single disciple. They were usually hidden in the secret room of the sect. This time, it was a bargain for Gong Sunling. These medicine gardens were all small-scale cave magic weapons, but it was much easier to refine them than the large-scale cave of the Three River Alliance's core cave. A medicine garden with a radius of 100 miles was collectively refined by these millions of cultivators in 2 days and nights. It was integrated into the Mountain River geographical map and became a piece of the ground. With each small medicine garden being refined, the Mountain River geographical map became more and more stable. The world inside became more and more real, and it inevitably brought the power of the Mountain River geographical map to greater heights. This was not only reflected in the battle to confuse and collect stronger enemies, but also had a sharp bonus effect when refining the internal space. Gong Sunling almost gave up refining the Three River Alliance's cave and concentrated on refining these small medicine gardens. It was said to be a small medicine garden, but it was also relative to the core cave of the Three River Alliance that had a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. The medicine garden with a radius of 100 miles was indeed not big, but it was a large number. The Three River Alliance had collected no less than hundreds of them. All kinds of rare medicinal materials cultivated in them were all taken by Gong Sunling. Naturally, taking advantage of Gong Sunling meant taking advantage of Yang Qin. When the first medicine garden was refined, Hannah Mengyu took Yang Chen's pure bottle medicine garden into the Mountain River geographical map of the master's wife. She went to the refining space of the medicine garden to see what good things were while plundering the pure bottle medicine garden. Those that were less than 10,000 years old were all crops. Whether it was Hannah Mengyu, a Zhu, or a Bai, they would not look at it. Hannah Mengyu was worthy of being an expert in plant affinity. After eating Yang Chen's merit body refining pill, the acquired wood attribute was full, and that kind of affinity became stronger. How long has it been since he ascended? He has already promoted 2 small realms by relying on the contact with a Zhu and a Bai in the medicine garden. Compared with Mu Bai and Yi Yu, who were outside killing monsters for the trial, he was not worse. After Ah Ling refines the Three River Alliance's cave mansion, we'll also go in and see what the Three River Alliance's core mountain gate looks like. Gao Yu also teased, but her words also moved everyone's heart. One should know that the Three River Alliance was one of the super sects in the spiritual realm. Inside the core cave, aside from all kinds of spirit veins and resources, there were also all kinds of inheritance that the Three River Alliance had accumulated over the years. To any cultivator, these were rare treasures. So who wouldn't be tempted? Unfortunately, if there is a heavenly tribulation in the spiritual realm, there are billions of aborigines here. Even if there are very few who have reached the human immortal realm, there will be millions of them. Millions of people refining together will definitely refine faster. Gong Sunling also felt it was a pity that she couldn't use such a good resource. Anyone would feel this way. Gong Sunling's words seemed to have reminded Gao Yu and Yang Qin. Gao Yu immediately turned to Yang Qin and asked a little uncertainly, "Husband, Fatty Jing, did Senior Jing say that he left the heavenly tribulation room to you?" When Gao Yu mentioned it, the women seemed to remember it. It seemed that there was such a thing. How could he be willing? Yang Qin pursed his lips and said slowly, "But I have already asked him for it. If he doesn't give it, I will snatch it." He didn't object. The lightning tribulation room was too important to Chunyang Palace. It could increase many new disciples for Chunyang Palace in the spiritual realm. In his previous life, it was occupied by Shantian sect. In this life, it belonged to Chunyang Palace, but Yang Qin didn't want Fatty Jing to take the entire conch underwater mansion with him when he ascended. However, Gong Sunling's words made Yang Qin suddenly have an idea. Since the ultimate goal of the Mountain River geographical map was to become another world, then this world was also divided into the mortal realm and the spiritual realm. In the future, there would be the immortal realm, and then there would be their own heavenly tribulation. Finally, they would ascend to the immortal realm. Just thinking about it made people excited. This was directly controlling a world. It was not too much to say that he was the creator. At that time, Yang Qin didn't even dare to imagine how glorious the future would be. What was the difference between the master of a world and the master of the heavenly court? It might even be greater. Not all the cultivators under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court listened to the heavenly court. Furthermore, the creatures in the Mountain River geographical map that Gong Sunling created were all submissive to Gong Sunling. Perhaps this was the original intention of the dragon race when they created this magic treasure. They wanted to create a world with the dragon race as the creator, and all the creatures there would worship the dragon race. However, for some reason, after creating the Mountain River geographical map, they didn't continue. Instead, they hid it in the treasury. Xiao Chan wanted to ask big sister Ao Lan, but it was obvious that they wanted her to reveal the secrets of the dragon race. From their previous interactions, Ao Lan cared a lot about this. It was better not to speak, lest both sides felt awkward. Whether the Mountain River geographical map could successfully merge with the heavenly tribulation room or not required further analysis. Yang Qin didn't dare to guarantee success. Before he was sure, he shouldn't make a move, lest he damaged the heavenly tribulation room, a treasure of heaven and earth, which was not worth the loss. However, the idea of merging the heavenly tribulation room was deeply rooted in Yang Chen's mind. If there was a chance, he would discuss it with Big Brother Li Cheng. Presumably, he could find a better way. Moreover, merging the core mountain gate and cave residences of several sects was just the first step in Yang Chen's plan. The ultimate goal, Yang Chen wanted Gong Sunling to merge with the world at the exit of the demon beast space, which was the real big guy. If this plan was really feasible, Yang Qin even wanted to let the Mountain River geographical map swallow the core of the demon continent and the world at the other end of the demon continent collected in the mortal world. Presumably, after adding these two big worlds, the Mountain River geographical map could really transform into a new world. As for Yang Qin himself, as long as he had the entrance to the immortal beheading platform, the immortal beheading saber would be invincible. There was no need to use other space nodes to increase its power. The idea of merging with the world was too incredible. Not to mention that Yang Qin only had this idea. As for how to carry it out, it still needed further research. At this time, Big Brother Li Cheng might be able to give him a better suggestion, or the two sides could discuss a good and feasible method. It seemed that there were too many problems to discuss with Big Brother Li Cheng, so Yang Qin was not surprised. This mysterious Big Brother had never been stumped by anything. If it really didn't work, he could ask Big Brother Li Cheng if he could help Gong Sunling with the merit chapter. Chapter 1979. The core cave house of the Holocaust sect was in hand. It was not the time to go back and find Brother Li Cheng. It was still the same reason. there was still the 1,000 Demons sect outside. The Zhao family would definitely find a way to settle it in the shortest time. Three River Alliance, Holocaust sect, and 1,000 Demons sect. These three sects were super sects with hundreds of thousands of disciples. The Zhao family would never give up easily. If they didn't grab the Zhao family at this time, there would be no such good opportunity in the future. So after getting the 2 cave houses of the Holocaust sect, they didn't care about refining it immediately. Even Gao Yu began to urge Yang Qin to find the spiritual vein of the 1,000 Demon sect immediately. The girls were not surprised that their husband could know so many hidden spiritual veins. From the beginning of the mortal world, Yang Qin had shown many unusual things. What made the girls admire the most was the ability to find treasures of heaven and earth by relying on the clues recorded in a large number of ancient books. It was simply incredible. Finding a few spiritual veins was not a big deal. Moreover, everyone knew the price of Yang Chen's elixir in the spiritual realm. They believed that as long as Yang Chen was willing, he could exchange the elixir for any information, including this kind of secret for the super sect. No matter how big the sect was, there would be a few guys who were willing to sell the sect's information in exchange for their own interests. Everyone was obedient and didn't ask about this kind of thing. Even if they asked, they knew that Yang Chen would definitely not say it. Strictly speaking, this was a business between her husband and these people. It was just a business that couldn't see the light of day. Whether it was for the sake of credibility, or he didn't want them to worry, Yang Chen would certainly not tell them the details. In the past, Yang Chen asked Gao Yu and the others that he knew a lot of secrets. Weren't they interested? This was the answer Gao Yu gave. This conventional understanding saved Yang Chen a lot of effort to explain. At least he wouldn't let everyone understand that he had an extra life's memory. When he got the cave house of the Three River Alliance, he was afraid of the masters inside, so he accelerated the refining and stabilized the world of the Mountain River geographical map. Now that he didn't have to worry about this problem, it would be best to deal with the 10,000 Demon sect's Immortal Cave as soon as possible. After all, everything had to be done in order to be safe. No matter how good the plan was, it couldn't hold up against unforeseen events. Under everyone's urging, Yang Chen had no choice but to get up again. He steered the mysterious Sky Nethersea shuttle toward another secret place at high speed. The reason why it was said to be stealthy was that the mysterious Sky Nethersea shuttle had never emerged from the ground. It had been stealthily traveling underground. Yang Qin knew that the future spirit veins of the 10,000 Demon sect were all in places that were still occupied by demonic beast hordes. If he casually showed himself, he would attract a lot of trouble. Although they had an expert like A.O. Lan by their side, dealing with a large number of profound, immortal demonic beasts would definitely cause a commotion. It would not be good if they scared off the 10,000 Demon sect's people. It was better to keep a low profile and silently make a fortune. Because all the major sect's forces were focused on eliminating the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect, and the 1,000 Beast sect, most of the top experts were tied up in this matter. Therefore, the progress of recovering the lost land was slowed down. More accurately speaking, it had almost come to a standstill. Without a top expert to deal with those profound immortal demonic beasts, ordinary cultivators could only go to the areas where the profound immortal demonic beasts had already been cleared and kill some low-grade demonic beasts to train. They did not dare to casually enter the territories that had not been recovered. Now that the relationship between Yang Chen and A.O. Lan was different, A.O. Lan's attitude toward Yang Chen was also different. A.O. Lan even took the initiative to help with matters like merging the Dragon Palace and the mysterious Sky Dark Sea shuttle. She was no longer like before, where she had to negotiate the conditions first. Of course, Yang Chen's family did not hesitate to return a plum for a peach. All the girls used all their tricks, serving A.O. Lan, this senior, very well. Everything she ate, drank, and wore were all exquisite, handmade by the girls themselves. Even in daily life, when Fang Hua commanded the group of maidservants, she treated A.O. Lan like an empress and served her. Even A.O. Lai, who was brought along, was extremely satisfied. There was no need to mention Aeolon. Fortunately, there was a similar concealment array above the spirit vein that Yang Qin rushed to. This meant that the cultivators of the 10,000 demon sect had already discovered this place. All they had to do was to wait for the rabbit. However, something that they thought was foolproof still went wrong, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. The reason was because of the word demon. The 10,000 demon sect was a sect of the demon race. Almost all the disciples were from the demon race. When facing those crazy demonic beasts, their identity as a member of the demon race gave them an advantage. Compared to human cultivators, it was easier for those demonic beasts to recognize them. Don't underestimate this little bit of recognition. Sometimes it meant the difference between life and death. The demonic beasts would not attack the moment they met. They would even allow the demon race cultivators to get close. To the cultivators, this was an advantage that they had over human cultivators. Even if they were to get closer and launch a sneak attack, they would have more chances of killing than humans. Among them, there were many talented demon race cultivators who could even blend into the group of demonic beasts. This made the demonic beasts not see them as enemies. This was even more terrifying. Needless to say, everyone knew the benefits. Among this group of monster race cultivators, there was a group of even more outstanding fellows who possessed a talent that would make others jealous to death. That was the ability to communicate with these berserk monster beasts and even command them in a simple manner. These outstanding and lucky fellows were very few in number. Maybe there would be 1 or 2 among the hundreds of millions of demon race cultivators. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Otherwise, the demonic beasts would have been dispersed by a large number of these demon race cultivators. It was very unfortunate for Yang Chen and the others, but it was very fortunate for the 1,000 demon sect that they had such an extremely lucky disciple in their sect. Moreover, he was an expert at the peak of the Sky Immortal stage. He was only 1 step away from the Xian Immortal stage. At least a quarter of the 10,000 demon sect's territory was conquered by this special heaven immortal disciple. Such a talented disciple was naturally the sect's treasure. During the battle of the Three River Alliance, the 10,000 demon sect didn't send this disciple, who was only at the peak heaven immortal level, to fight because of the Zhao family's arrangements. They only let him stay in the sect. It was also fortunate that this was the case. Otherwise, if he gathered tens of thousands of Xian immortal-level demonic beasts on the battlefield and formed an army, even with the help of the dragon puppet, it would be hard to say who would win. 1 move and they lost everything. In the end, the 10,000 demon sect lost the battle. They had no choice but to bring the old and young of the sect to hide in the core of the sect. But with such an expert in a place where demonic beasts ran rampant, he was naturally the one to control the sect's cave. Chapter 1980. This 10,000 demon sect celestial immortal expert was responsible for the sect. Even with his celestial immortal cultivation, he could not guarantee his safety. Hence, there were dozens of demonic beasts above grade 5 profound immortal around him at all times. Yang Qin and the others originally thought that a profound immortal demonic beast would arrive with a cave abode. They did not expect dozens of profound immortal demonic beasts to charge down instantly. That 10,000 demon sect fellow was hidden among them. He could even imitate his cultivation. No one could tell for a moment. This fellow was really skilled at hiding himself. Even the peak golden immortal Aeolon could not tell who the person was. However, she was skilled and bold. She immediately released her spiritual sense to check and instantly found the target. Originally, with Aeolan's cultivation and her background, such a spiritual sense should not be discovered by the target. However, the other party was a freak. This fellow was only a peak heaven immortal. Although he did not look like much, his sensitivity was top-notch. He was very talented. He was able to discover Aeolan's dragon race spiritual sense immediately and even pinpoint Aeolan's location. The most shocking thing was that this fellow could even vaguely sense that Ao Lan's cultivation was already at the golden immortal realm. Instantly, the dozens of profound immortal demonic beasts exploded like a hornet's nest was poked. They all charged in the direction Ao Lan was hiding. As for that 10,000 demons sect, celestial immortal expert, he fled the spirit vein in the opposite direction. Of course, as he fled, he did not forget to put away the cave abode he just took out. Actually, Ao Lan just had to wait a little longer. That fellow would not have thought that there was a cultivator in the spirit vein. Naturally, he would have taken out the cave abode to absorb spiritual energy. At that time, it would be clear who the person was. Who would have expected Ao Lan to be so anxious? In the end, she exposed herself. Seeing that the target she was responsible for was about to escape, Ao Lan could no longer maintain her composure. She roared and twisted her dragon body. She opened her dragon claws and casually grabbed 2 demonic beasts in front of her and tossed them away. Her huge dragon body knocked away 5 or 6 demonic beasts in her way and charged out. Unexpectedly, the moment that guy from the Myriad Demon sect rushed out of the ground, he immediately released hundreds of Xian immortal level demonic beasts. These demonic beasts that suddenly appeared were actually like an organized army. They worked together and launched ferocious attacks in the direction that Ao Lan was about to charge out from. Ao Lan had just peeked out when hundreds of profound immortal demonic beasts attacked him together. Even though she was already a peak golden immortal, she was still knocked back into the spirit vein when she was caught off guard by such a level of attack. Fortunately, Ao Lan's cultivation was strong enough. A tool of this level did not injure him at all. Even though Big Sister Ao Lan was not injured, she had already lost a great deal of face after being knocked back. Ever since Ao Lan got to know Yangqin, she had never seen Ao Lan suffer such grievances. All the experts from the sect master to the sect master of the 5 elements sect's inner sect had been suppressed by Ao Lan to the point where they did not even dare to breathe. Today, they actually suffered such a great disadvantage before an insignificant heavenly immortal junior. If this could be tolerated, what could not? Ao Lan immediately became enraged. He opened his mouth and roared furiously, his voice shaking the surroundings. Nearly all the creatures within thousands of kilometers trembled in fear at this roar. Regular demonic beasts would definitely flee as far as they could when Ao Lan unleashed his might. However, this time, Ao Lan did not run into ordinary demonic beasts. Instead, they were demonic beasts that this fellow from the 10,000 Fiend sect had tamed. That fellow clearly knew that he was facing a golden immortal expert, but he only wanted to flee. He left behind these hundreds of demonic beasts to delay Ao Lan and buy time for himself. He had no intention of letting these demonic beasts live. It had to be said that this fellow was a decisive person. When he released so many demonic beasts at the start, he had already made up his mind. He had used some unknown method to drive all the demonic beasts absolutely crazy, making them even crazier than those demonic beasts in the demonic calamity. All they could think about was killing their targets and nothing else. As for Ao Lan himself, he immediately turned around and fled, not wasting any time. Even though the hundreds of crazed demonic beasts instinctively suppressed their races, they still maintained their crazed state after being startled by Ao Lan's dragon roar, charging at Ao Lan. Even though Ao Lan had already used her mouth, claws, and body to smash into the demonic beasts, instantly killing 6 or 7 demonic beasts, when hundreds of berserk, mindless demonic beasts swarmed over, how could she escape so easily? That was not all. That fellow was definitely a dependable fellow. He had subdued many demonic beasts in the past few years. Just as he fled a distance away, hundreds more demonic beasts appeared beside him, charging at the spirit vein with bloodshot eyes. To that fellow, as long as the demonic beast tide remained, he could have as many demonic beasts as he wanted. They were really just cannon fodder. The 2 groups of crazed demonic beasts were sufficient to keep Ao Lan here for a while. However, that fellow from the 10,000 Fiend sect casually summoned a flying sword that looked extremely fast and was about to ride it to escape. At this point, Yang Qin and the others' plan of sneak attacking Aolan was completely exposed. They could no longer get their way. What was even more serious was that there was a high chance that this fellow could escape. Even if he could not escape, once he realized that he could not escape, he would release all the 10,000 fiend sect disciples in the cave. That would be a huge problem. Even if Aolan had the ability to slaughter hundreds of thousands of fiend race cultivators and snatch the cave, Yang Chen's operation this time would be a complete failure. Xiao Chen's original plan was to obtain both the cave and the cultivators. Losing hundreds of thousands of cultivators in one go would definitely make Gong Suanling's heart ache. Aolan was entangled. Be it Aolai or Zhou Xianying, they did not have the confidence to deal with Aolan in one move. Only Yang Qin had the ability to preserve the cave completely. Left without a choice, Yang Qin could only make a move. The immortal beheading saber instantly appeared. Then, driven by Xiao Chen's second primordial spirit, it flew out and chopped at the fleeing heavenly immortal fiend. This was the first time the immortal beheading saber left Yang Chen's hand after he merged his second primordial spirit into it. The moment the immortal beheading saber left Yang Chen's hand, Xiao Chen's second primordial spirit drove the blood river's killing intent to its limits. Similarly, this was the first time Xiao Qin unleashed all his killing intent in the spiritual realm. Back then, Yang Chen had only sealed the blood river's killing intent in his sea of consciousness. When he unleashed it, the entire world was shocked. However, that was in the mortal realm, where the cultivators' cultivations were very low. This time, Yang Qin did not have much hope. He only hoped that it could intimidate that heavenly immortal fiend and prevent him from escaping. However, Xiao Qin did not expect that when this killing intent was unleashed by Xiao Chen's second primordial spirit, its might would reach an unimaginable level. Chapter 1981. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, all the living beings that could feel it felt as though there was a thunderous roar in their ears. That feeling was very strange. There was no sound, but it was like a huge bell ringing in their heads. It was deafening. Almost at the same time, all the living beings felt a bone-chilling cold. This was not the cold outside, but the trembling in their hearts. No matter how high their cultivation was, no matter how talented they were, they could not stop the fear of their lives being frozen. Aolan, who was as strong as a peak golden immortal, was also stunned at this moment, her mind going blank. Even though she immediately broke free from that ice-cold, murderous intent, it was undeniable that she was indeed shocked at that moment. Even Aolan was startled. The demonic beasts, whose cultivations were much weaker than Aolan's, were simply like a bolt from the blue. No matter how crazy or irrational the demonic beasts were, in front of this crazy killing intent that could be felt from every inch of their bodies and bones, their instinctive fear was awakened. They stood rooted to the ground, maintaining their original posture, not daring to move at all. Hundreds of demonic beasts fell heavily to the ground in that ridiculous posture, causing an intense tremor. However, it did not affect anything. All the surrounding demonic beasts were the same. None of them were startled by this commotion. Furthermore, these were Xian immortal demonic beasts. Any lower would be even worse. Countless demonic beasts were so scared that they wet their pants. Their bodies went limp. How could there be any demonic beasts that went berserk? There were only demonic beasts that were terrified to the extreme. None of them could maintain their arrogance. The only place that was not affected was the Dragon Palace. Perhaps the cultivators in the 10,000 demon sects' cave abode would not be affected either. No matter how strong the immortal beheading saber's killing intent was, it was not strong enough to pierce through space. At that moment, the 10,000 demon sects' heaven immortal expert was no better than the other demonic beasts. Even if it was a normal deterrence, that level of killing intent was enough to subdue him. Furthermore, Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber was meant for him. For at least 3 breaths of time, the 10,000 demon sex heaven immortal expert was unable to move. There was nothing in his mind. It was a complete blank. When he finally regained his ability to think, he was shocked to find that he was constantly rising. However, that was all he could think of. The only thing he could think of was that he finally understood that he had been beheaded. Yang Chen's figure arrived in the vicinity, almost at the same time when the beheading immortal blade cut off the head of the master of the 1,000 demon sect. He reached out and grabbed the mountain gate cave that had not been completely recovered and stuffed it into the big mouth of Xiao Tian. Then he reached out again, and the immortal beheading blade fell into his hand and also entered Xiao Tian's big mouth. Gao Yu and others in the Dragon Palace were stunned to see all this, as if they knew their husband for the first time. The beautiful eyes of Lady Fanghua and her nieces flashed. Such an awe-inspiring lover was the image in their minds of a ruthless killer with an iron heart. Immediately after, Gong Sunling suddenly reacted and rushed out of the Dragon Palace without saying anything. She opened up the Mountain River geographical map and quickly covered a radius of 10,000 miles. All the demonic beasts that were shocked by Yangqin in this area were collected into the Mountain River geographical map. Although the demonic beasts did not have intelligence, they could barely be considered as half cultivators. The more Mountain River geographical map they collected, the more powerful they would be. Even if they remained crazy and could not wake up, Gong Sunling could still kill these demonic beasts and refine them into a medium-sized spirit vein. Unfortunately, the Xian immortal level demonic beasts still could not take the initiative to collect them. However, Gong Sunling did not feel that it was a pity. Aolan, who had woken up, found that Yangqin had already solved the biggest problem for her. She was a little angry out of humiliation. Nearly 1,000 Xian immortal demonic beasts had become the target of Aolan's anger. Yangqin had already withdrawn the beheading immortal blade and killing intent. Those demonic beasts also woke up very quickly. However, their waking up was only to return to their previous, crazy state. Facing the raging Aolan, they directly rushed up. Gong Sunling was practically smiling as she stood beside her husband. Then, she waited for the demonic beast corpse to fall and collect it. In less than 10 minutes, over 1,000 Xian immortal demonic beast corpses had entered the Mountain River geographical map. Xiao Tian also very tactfully offered up the Mountain Gate cave of 10,000 demon sect. Gong Sunling quickly imprinted her own spiritual imprint on it. Then, she released all the human immortal level disciples of 10,000 demon sect from the Mountain River geographical map. The number of human immortal level disciples of 10,000 demon sect far exceeded that of 3 River Alliance and Holocaust sect. It was almost as many as the 2 sects combined. This time, the Mountain River geographical map had nearly 1 million new soldiers. The refining speed was as fast as lightning. In a short while, those crazy Xian immortal demonic beasts were all killed by Aolan. Aolan also woke up from her rage. Under Yangqin's invitation, she once again returned to the Dragon Palace. What was that just now? Aolan personally experienced that kind of terrifying killing intent. In that instant, the fear that came from the depths of her soul made Aolan a little unable to see through this little brother that she had just recognized. She did not doubt that if Yangqin really wanted to make a move, she might also die under the immortal beheading saber. What was the mystery behind Yangqin's magic treasure? Aolan could not help but be afraid. Yangqin had killed tens of thousands of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals on the immortal beheading platform. Later on, those big shots that he had killed were all people who surpassed the 10,000 Tribulation True Immortal, especially the 3 pure Taoist ancestors and the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. Not to mention that Aolan was only a peak Golden Immortal, even if she had truly become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. So what? When it was time to be afraid, one still had to be afraid. At first, Yangqin was also frightened. However, he was not frightened by the killing intent, but by the power of the killing intent. Previously, when he released the killing intent, it did not seem to have such power. Why was it so terrifying this time? Now, Yang Qin finally understood a little. It should be that the one releasing the killing intent was different, so the power was different. Originally, Yang Qin released it directly from his sea of consciousness. Now it was the immortal beheading saber that released it. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. No matter how powerful the killing intent released by a person was, there was a kind of active control. However, the immortal beheading saber was different. It was a murderous weapon in itself. It had killed tens of millions of living beings. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was infamous. It was a murderous saber in itself. The perfect combination of the killing intent released by the murderous weapon almost expanded the killing intent of the immortal beheading saber to the limit. Then, there was the second primordial spirit. However, the second primordial spirit had already become the weapon spirit of the immortal beheading saber. A murderous weapon with spiritual intelligence could bring out the nature of a murderous weapon. It seemed like this step of his was simply a stroke of genius. Chapter 1982. This little brother's life-flying sword. Yang Qin still had to answer Ao Lan's question. As he thought about his own matters, Yang Qin casually spoke. What's with the killing intent? Ao Lan had never seen Yang Qin use the immortal slaying saber at full power. In the past, she had only seen Yang Qin use the immortal slaying saber to chop people or use that black hoop to smash people. She had never seen the immortal slaying saber display its might. Something that could stun her, a peak golden immortal, for a moment was definitely not simple. This little brother was born an executioner in the mundane world. Yang Qin smiled as he replied, "This saber originally had a soaring, scarlet flame. This little brother used it to kill tens of millions of underground spirit beasts. Then it merged with at least 4 of the magic treasures of the demonic Tao's bloodthirsty senior. After that, it merged with this little brother's second primordial spirit as the item spirit. When the killing intent is released, ordinary cultivators would not even be able to handle half of it. Big sister, you were only stunned for a moment. This is already the strongest expert that this little brother has ever seen." The latter part of Xiao Chen's words were clearly praising Ao Lan, trying to make her feel better. The earlier parts were half-truths and half-lies, which could also be considered answers. Of course, they could not be said to be lies. They were just hiding things. If Ao Lan really knew a lot of things, then she would be able to make many connections based on the earlier part about Yang Qin being an executioner. This could be seen from the upper echelon of the profound Heaven Gate. They even guessed that Yang Qin was the executioner in charge of the immortal slaying platform. If Ao Lan could not guess it herself, Yang Qin would not have taken the initiative to reveal his origins. There were some things, especially his own background, that Xiao Qin could not let others know in too much detail. It looks like when you asked about slaying the dragon back then, you were not just asking. Ao Lan sighed as she recalled the question Yang Qin asked her in the past. With such a powerful killing weapon by his side, the matter of slaying the dragon was not a lie. Instead, Yang Qin really did have the strength to do so. Ao Lan had just finished sighing when she suddenly thought of a possibility. She goggled and asked, "You were born an executioner?" "Yes." Yang Qin nodded with a smile. Based on Ao Lan's reaction, she must have guessed something. "In that case, when you were in the mortal world, did you encounter any scarlet clouds in the sky?" Ao Lan asked anxiously as she stared at Yang Qin. "Yes." Yang Qin was still smiling as he replied with certainty. "Not only that, I also had a very long dream." See, this time, Ao Lan sucked in a breath of cold air. Although she did not see the merit ring, it was enough for her to know Yang Qin's true background. Naturally, the treasures that Yang Qin obtained had a source. They must have been given to Yang Qin by a Dragon King level senior in the Heavenly Court. Otherwise, Even she, a true descendant of the dragon race, would not have been so coincidentally found by Yang Chen. After that, Ao Lan immediately saw the merit ring on Yang Chen's hand. Yang Chen had purposely shown it to her. Since she already guessed Yang Chen's background, there was no need for Yang Chen to hide anything. Speaking of which, Ao Lan was probably the only one who could guess Yang Chen's background based on the fact that he was an executioner. Even the upper echelon of the profound Heaven Gate only dared to be sure after seeing the merit ring. They were clearly not as knowledgeable as Ao Lan. That's not right. There should be one more person. He did not even know if Yang Chen was an executioner before he was certain that Yang Chen came from the Immortal killing platform. That person was Big Brother Li Cheng. Back then, he was nearly certain of this when they met. He just did not say it out loud. Later, when Yang Chen asked him about refining the entrance to the Immortal killing platform, he did not appear surprised. Clearly, he already knew about it. After hearing Yang Chen's confirmation, Ao Lan also turned silent. It seemed like she did not know what to say. Ao Lan also had to carefully digest the contents before she could decide what to say. The girls also found it strange that Ao Lan asked Yang Chen this question. They had all experienced the scarlet dusk in the mortal world before. However, they did not know what happened during that period of time. Based on the looks of it, it seemed like her husband had a fortuitous encounter at that time. Everyone became curious. After thinking for a while, Ao Lan was about to speak when she suddenly saw many pairs of eyes staring at her. They were Yang Chen's wives, maids, and the others. This time, Ao Lan was unable to say what she wanted to say. She clearly paused and sucked in a deep breath. All the girls were intelligent people. How could they not tell that Ao Lan had something to say that she did not want everyone to know? Immediately, they all tactfully left, leaving the space for Yang Chen and Ao Lan. Ao Lai originally wanted to stay and listen to what Ao Lan had to say. However, Gao Yu dragged her away. This angered Ao Lai so much that he muttered, "What is it that you cannot let others know?" After a long time, Ao Lan raised her head and asked somewhat nervously, "Who is the senior who gave you the treasure trove?" Even Ao Lan herself didn't know why she felt nervous when facing Yang Chen. To be honest, this kind of emotion had not appeared in Ao Lan for a long time. It had been so long that Ao Lan couldn't remember the last time she felt nervous. Actually, Ao Lan had already asked this very tactfully. As long as one was not an executioner, one could only be left with one identity, a prisoner awaiting execution. By asking like this, Ao Lan was probably giving Yang Chen some face and not letting Yang Chen feel enmity. After all, directly asking who you killed could easily lead others astray. Ao Guang. Only Yang Chen and Ao Lan were present. Yang Chen did not hide anything, directly revealing the Eastern Sea Dragon King's name. Some secrets were kept in his heart. Yang Chen also felt uncomfortable. Now, he could finally reveal some to someone who understood. Even if it was just an insignificant portion, it was sufficient for Yang Chen to release some of his pent-up frustrations. Who? When Ao Lan heard this well-known name of the dragon race, she heaved a sigh of relief. She revealed an indescribable expression and finally said indifferently, "I just knew it was him." Big sister knows the Dragon King? Yang Chen asked out of curiosity. Even though Shao Chen killed the Eastern Sea Dragon King, he did not have any grudges with the Dragon King. Ao Lan probably understood this and would not vent her anger on him for killing the Dragon King. Looking at Ao Lan, she seemed to be related to Ao Guang. Ao Lan was also a member of the royal clan. She should be a descendant of Ao Guang. "He is my ancestor," Ao Lan explained to Yang Chen after a while. This was within Yang Chen's expectations. After explaining their relationship, Ao Lan continued, "Only he would know where these things are. Only he would be captured by those cultivators. After so many years, he did not improve at all. He still only knows how to refine treasures and not how to fight. He serves him right." Chapter 1983. The immortals that Yang Qin killed on the Immortal killing platform all had a special characteristic. Their combat prowess was not at the peak. The famous ones who could fight, Lu Dongbin, Neza, Yang Jian, and so on, were all not around. It was practically impossible to capture experts of that level alive. It was even a mystery whether they managed to keep them alive or not. The dragon race experts were even more valiant. The dragon race was a strong fighting race. They were born experts that surpassed human fiend cultivators. It was very surprising that the Eastern Sea Dragon King was captured. With A.O. Lan's explanation, Yang Qin understood why the Eastern Sea Dragon King was captured alive. It turned out that the Eastern Sea Dragon King was so engrossed in refining that he neglected fighting. Now that Xiao Qin explained it, it made sense. Although he wanted to know more about the dragon race's secrets, Yang Chen suddenly did not know what to say. Xiao Qin had killed the Eastern Sea Dragon King's ancestor with one saber strike. Although there was no personal grudge, this was clearly not a good time to say this. After holding it in for a long time, Yang Chen could only say something that was said too many times. "Big sister, please restrain your grief and go with the flow." It was clear that Aolan had become somewhat agitated when she spoke. It was best not to agitate her at this moment. "It's fine. I just lost my composure after knowing the exact news." Aolan truly lived up to her reputation as an expert. She quickly calmed down and calmed her emotions. Then she turned to look at Yang Chen and carefully sized him up before saying, "For him to be willing to give you the thing, it looks like he has high hopes for you." He did not say anything superfluous, Yang Qin said calmly as he thought about his meeting with the Eastern Sea Dragon King. "That's normal. You are not of the dragon race." What else can he say? Aolan did not know what kind of feelings she had for Ao Guang, but her words had a sense of understanding. "However, since he gave it to you, he definitely hopes that you can bring it to greater heights. Of course, you are also his last hope. If he misses you, he probably will not get another chance. He had no choice but to do so." After Aolan said all this, she seemed to vent some of her emotions. She just minded her own business and picked up a jar of jade dragon wine. Then she drained it in one go and returned to being the big sister Aolan of the past. "All right, let's not talk about him." Aolan's eyes no longer showed any confusion or reminiscence. They turned clear. "I cannot give you any help. The dragon race's methods are not suitable for you. Perhaps this is why he gave you these treasures. Just do your best to use your own methods." Yang Qin understood what Aolan meant. According to Aolan, be it the Mountain River geographical map or the Golden Bell, they were all incomplete products. The water-fire dragon horns were just materials. Only the profound, heavenly dark sea shuttle and the 5-element rope hook could barely be considered complete products. Perhaps it was because completely following the Dragon Clan's method would not be able to reach the pinnacle, which was why it had been preserved and not refined further. If Yang Qin didn't use the Dragon Clan's method at all, he might be able to break through. Furthermore, if you run into the dragon race that makes a move against you, leave them alive if you can. Aolan added, "If you really can't, kill them if you need to." This was an even clearer answer to the earlier topic of slaying dragons. "All right, big sister." Yang Qin promised and didn't say anything more. He raised his hands and clapped. Yang Qin clapped his hands twice, and the women listened to the sound and gathered around. No one asked what Yang Qin and Aolan had said. Even Sun Qingxue, who was the most curious, did not say anything. Ao Lai was like a well-behaved baby. He closed his mouth tightly and did not make a sound. "We should go," Yang Qin said to the girls. "Now that we have obtained the items, let's go home." The Scarlet Blood Sect, the 10,000 Fiend Sect, and the Tri-River Alliance's cave residences were all in Yang Chen's hands. It could be said that the greatest benefits of the operation to eliminate the Tri-River Alliance were already in Yang Chen's hands. Yang Chen swallowed all the disciples, treasures, inheritances, and all sorts of resources of the 3 great sect. The various great sects only obtained some territories, spirit veins, and mineral resources. At most, they killed some opponents and obtained some spoils of war. All the remaining benefits belonged to Yang Qin. Not long ago, when Yang Chen's killing intent burst out, many cultivators must have sensed it. Very soon, countless cultivators would come over to investigate. That kind of crazy killing intent burst out. Who knew if it was the birth of an exceptional divine weapon? When faced with such a good thing, who would not covet it? Who would not go crazy? As for whether it was a cultivator who suddenly burst out, that was simply impossible. With such a strong killing intent, he must have killed a lot of living beings. Normally, he was a demonic cultivator whose hands were stained with blood. However, did such a cultivator exist in reality? With such a strong killing intent, his name should have spread far and wide. Who had heard of him? It had to be said that this was the result of Yang Chen's low-key behavior. Except for those around him who had seen him burst out with their own eyes and experienced it personally, no one would believe that this was something that a cultivator could do. Although this was a place ravaged by demon beasts, as long as there was something that tempted cultivators, many cultivators would definitely risk their lives to explore it. This was something that Yang Chen was well aware of, so it was inevitable that he would leave. The 5 Elements Dragon Palace was now the mysterious Heaven Dark Sea Shuttle, and the mysterious Heaven Dark Sea Shuttle was the 5 Elements Dragon Palace. When Yang Chen was talking to everyone, the Dragon Palace had already taken everyone underground and left this troublesome place. Husband, that expert from the Myriad Demon sect, still has a small cave abode. Gong Sunling had already collected everything in the surroundings into the Mountain River geographical map. She did not forget to keep the body of the expert from the Myriad Demon sect. Then, she found the cave abode on his body. There are about 1,000 Xian immortal demon beasts in there. Alive! Such a powerful guy. His strength was not at the top, but he had the ability to control demon beasts. This time, the Zhao family's defeat was not undeserved. If they could make use of such an expert earlier, they might be able to control more demon beasts. They might even be able to gather a demon beast army and advance and retreat in unison. Such a talent was actually used to guard the cave abode. It was really a waste of talent. The Myriad Demon sect was defeated by this kind of narrow-mindedness. This also gave Yang Qin and the others a solid lesson. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, a few sect against 20 sect, and he actually thought of holding back. It would be strange if he didn't lose. Of course, perhaps this guy had been hiding something. Now that he was dead, no one could tell what had happened. At least, it made everyone understand that when it was time to go all out, don't think about holding back. More than 1,000 living Xian immortal demon beasts made Gong Sunling a little worried. These crazy demon beasts had almost no intelligence. They were completely crazy. Staying in the Mountain River geographical map was a bit of a hindrance. Chapter 1984. These monsters were not the same as cultivators. They were different from the monsters that Gong Sunling collected not long ago and were frightened by Yang Chen's killing intent. They had no intelligence and relied on their instincts. They would not take the initiative to cultivate and would only destroy. It was not helpful to the Mountain River geographical map at all. Instead, it distracted Gong Sunling to prevent them from attacking crazily and causing damage to the Mountain River geographical map. Fortunately, these monsters were trapped in the cave residence and had not been released into the Mountain River geographical map. For the time being, Gong Sunling did not have to worry. However, there was such a group of time bombs inside, which always made people restless. Similarly, the monsters that Gong Sunling collected were frightened by Yang Qin were in the same situation. The only difference was that the cultivation of those monsters was relatively low. Gong Sunling's Mountain River geographical map could easily suppress them. Keep them for everyone to practice. Yang Chen did not directly sentence those monsters to death. Although it was easy to kill them and could add a lot of spiritual veins to the mountain river geographical map, it was a pity to die in vain. But it was a pity to die in vain. It just so happened that everyone wanted to practice. It was also a good idea to practice in the mountain river geographical map. With nearly 1 million human immortal cultivators helping to refine the mountain river geographical map, Gong Suanling's efficiency was now very high. The bodies of the monsters that were killed by Ao Lan began to be refined almost at the same time, instead of starting one by one like before. This also showed that Gong Suanling's control of the mountain river geographical map was getting more and more handy. The medicine gardens that the Holocaust sect and the 10,000 Demons sect took great pains to collect all flew out of the Mountain Gate cave residence and gathered at the side of Hanamenyu, Aju, and Abai. Just beside them, thousands of medicine gardens began to melt at the same time and integrated into the world they were in. It was estimated that Hanamenyu and the others had never seen such a big scene in their lives. They were in a huge sea of medicine, but there are countless spaces around them collapsing and merging. Just looking at it made people feel fascinated and felt the magic of creation. Yang Qin had only brought the group tens of thousands of miles away from their original location when at least several thousand figures rushed towards them from all directions. Countless divine senses swept back and forth in the area. As a few experts collided with each other, invisible explosions rang out. There was still a killing intent that had yet to completely dissipate from the ground, and the cultivators in the area could still feel a chill run down their spines. And this was after the eruption of at least a few incense sticks. One could imagine the intensity of that burst of killing intent at that time, not to mention anything else. Just the fact that the entire ground in this area had been turned over and all the monsters had disappeared without a trace was enough to tell how powerful the magic treasure was when it appeared. It could be said that this area had been attacked by that magic treasure once, and everything had been reduced to dust. Only then would such a situation occur. Naturally, the magic treasure that had just appeared in the world was even more tempting. Now, there was no trace of the magic treasure, but there was no aura in the surroundings, so the magic treasure was probably still there. The people who arrived did not kill each other. Instead, they split into a few directions and checked the area inch by inch. Regardless of whether it was in the sky or underground, digging 1 meter into the ground was not enough. They had to dig at least 10 kilometers. Some of the recovered demonic beasts tried to enter this area, but they were immediately chopped into pieces. At this moment, anything that dared to obstruct or interfere with their search for the magic treasure would be the first to be killed. Yang Chen and the others were already far away and did not know what happened. Even if they knew, they would just treat it as a joke. Right now, they had already obtained the greatest benefit. What they needed to do was to return to the sect quickly. After that, they would split the loot after Gong Sunling slowly refine the cave. The benefits of the 3 super sect were sufficient to turn Yang Chen's family, Ao Lan, and Ao Lai from nothing to the wealthiest people in the spiritual realm. Ao Lan and Ao Lai did not reject Yang Chen's share of the benefits. Ao Lan had put in a lot of effort. At the very least, Ao Lan was the main reason why they could obtain the 3 caves. Only Ao Lai came for a stroll. He basically did not do anything and got all the credit. However, Yang Qin did not mind sharing some things with this fellow. In his heart, Ao Lai favored Yang Qin more. As it would still take some time to refine the cave, Ao Lan and Ao Lai naturally stayed with Yang Chen's family. This was exactly what Ao Lai wanted. In the end, Ao Lan felt very stifled staying in the Dragon Palace. All the way back to the Pure Yang Palace, Gong Sunling was refining the small medicine garden space and the corpses of the monsters along the way. When she almost rushed back, just after the Sunset Rock had not yet arrived at the Pure Yang Palace, all the small medicine gardens had been refined and integrated, and thousands of monster corpses had become large and small spiritual veins. At the moment when the last medicine garden space was refined, Gong Sunling's cultivation base quickly broke through the peak human immortal realm. Tribulation clouds started to gather in the sky. The human immortal heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Yang Qin and the rest were not surprised. They spread out and protected Gong Sunling in an area with a radius of 50 kilometers. They waited quietly for her to undergo the tribulation. No one doubted that Gong Sunling would not be able to undergo the tribulation. They just guarded against other cultivators. Since someone was undergoing the tribulation, there were many cultivators in Linyang River. Naturally, there were people who came to observe the ceremony. Some even had other intentions. However, when they saw that it was Yang Chen's family, no one dared to have any evil thoughts. If anyone had any designs on the young palace lord's wife in Chunying Palace, it was not that they were tired of living. Instead, it was a family or even a sect member who was tired of living. Many cultivators sensed for a while. When they realized that it was just a human immortal tribulation, they gave up the idea of rushing over to observe the ceremony. Only some human immortal cultivators were interested in it. If they could feel it up close, it would be beneficial for them to undergo their own tribulations in the future. I'm afraid that these people are going to have a tragedy. Yang Chen sensed the human immortal cultivators gathering around him. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. Observing the heavenly tribulation is just to gain some experience. How can it be a tragedy? Ao Lan was just beside him. There was no need for Ao Lan to handle such a small scene. She was just chatting with Yang Chen. Yang Chen's words were a little outrageous. Ao Lan could not help but retort, "Big sister." Yang Chen smiled bitterly. He pointed to the tribulation clouds in the sky and said, "Look at these tribulation clouds. How powerful will Ah Ling's tribulation be? You don't care about such a small scene. If those little guys who see Ah Ling's tribulation think that the future human immortal tribulation will be this powerful, will they still have the confidence to cultivate?" Ao Lan was a peak golden immortal. Naturally, she would not care about a mere human immortal tribulation. Hence, she did not pay attention to this subconsciously. When she heard what Yang Qin said, she looked up. Even though she was a peak golden immortal, she could not help but open her mouth wide. Chapter 1985. The tribulation cloud above Gong Sunling's head had already started to take shape. However, based on the appearance of the tribulation cloud, it already gave off the feeling of an earthly immortal tribulation. This was clearly a human immortal tribulation. How could it be like this? While Ao Lan was feeling bewildered, the heavenly tribulation had already descended. The densely packed tribulation clouds covered the entire sky, surrounding Gong Sunling in the middle and smashing down. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, Ao Lan could tell that there were more than a few thousand of them. This was a human immortal tribulation. The spectating cultivators were all dumbfounded. Ao Lan could not believe her eyes. She had seen human immortal tribulations in the spiritual realm tens of thousands of times. However, none of them had been as thrilling as this. Ordinary human immortal tribulations would just smash down one by one. The cultivator who was undergoing the tribulation would resolve them one by one, and then it would be over. However, the heavenly tribulation before her eyes was like a violent storm. How many was this? Yang Chen was very careful to stare at the movement of Gong Sunling, as he was afraid that his spiritual senses would affect the heavenly tribulation. He only dared to watch with his eyes. Yang Chen had already expected the situation in front of him. There were already millions of cultivators in Gong Sunling's mountain river geographical map. Her cultivation base was also like this because of the changes in the mountain river geographical map, so she would definitely bear the extraordinary attack of the tribulation. Now, it all depended on whether Gong Sunling could endure this level of heavenly tribulation. Gong Sunling did not disappoint the crowd. She had a clear understanding of her own strength. She knew that she relied on her life treasure to have such a cultivation. Therefore, she did not avoid using her life treasure to resist the heavenly tribulation. Those who believed that relying on one's own strength to undergo the tribulation was the right way did not appear on her. The geographical map turned into a scroll that flew around Gong Sunling, absorbing all the descending heavenly tribulations into the scroll. The scroll kept flashing with light, and every time it flashed, a heavenly tribulation would explode. The entire scroll flickered with the light of the heavenly tribulation. At first, it only flickered once or twice. Later on, it simply connected, turning the scroll into a bright light source that emitted blazing light. Occasionally, a few heavenly tribulations would be ignored by the scroll and fall on Gong Sunling. Yang Qin knew that Gong Sunling was intentionally using the heavenly tribulation to temper herself, which was beneficial to Gong Sunling. From the beginning to the present, Gong Sunling did not show any panic. All the heaven's tribulations were taken by her in an orderly manner, either with herself or with the geographical map. She was always calm. Looking at this scene, Yang Chun was relieved and waited quietly. The entire process could barely be considered as observing the ceremony, but this ceremony had no practical significance at all. It did not provide any reference for one's own experience, and could only be viewed as a spectacle. Other than Gong Sunling, it was estimated that no one else's heaven's tribulation would be like this, even for Yang Chen. Yang Chen was looking forward to seeing what the geographical map would look like after being tempered by so many heaven's tribulations. With such a powerful heaven's tribulation, if used properly, it was estimated that it would be equivalent to millions of cultivators working together to refine for a year. Gong Sunling's heaven's tribulation, which could not be distinguished at all, lasted for a whole 6 hours. Gong Sunling was wrapped in the heaven's tribulation for a whole 6 hours. When the last heaven's tribulation fell, the tribulation clouds dissipated and the blue sky was vast. It was as if nothing had happened. In the distance, Gong Sunling stood in the same place. The mountain river geographical map that turned into a picture scroll also calmed down slowly from the flickering. No longer emitting light, it looked like an ordinary yellowed picture scroll, unremarkable. However, the gazes of the Yang clan, Ao Lan, and Ao Lai were all fixed on that unremarkable painting. It was as though it was the most beautiful painting in the world. How was it? Yang Chen was the first to run over. He did not say many words of congratulations and just asked directly. They were already an old couple, so there was no need for so many formalities. They only needed to ask in the most intimate manner. Husband. Even though her cultivation was now one realm higher than Yang Chen's, Gong Sunling still greeted Yang Chen like she did at the end of the ceremony. Then she replied, "I have refined the first cave abode." The power of heaven's tribulation was terrifying. It was 10,000 times stronger than the effect brought by ordinary cultivators. The 6 hours of densely packed heaven's tribulation had brought the effect of refining the geographical map to a higher level. Everyone who rushed overheard the sentence, and all of them had smiles on their faces. The secret that Gong Sunling mentioned was only the first one. However, everyone knew that it was the cave abode of the Three River Alliance. Before they left, they were just one step away. Now, the heaven's tribulation had helped Gong Sunling complete the final refinement. Under the gaze of Yang Qin and the rest, Gong Sunling's cultivation began to increase again after she had just passed the heaven's tribulation. She rapidly rose to grade 2 earthly immortal. Then, this rising momentum slowly stopped and finally stabilized. Let's go home first. Then, we will slowly divide the spoils. Yang Chen waved his hand and kept all the women in the Dragon Palace. They were about to reach Chunyang Palace. They had not been back for over 10 years. It was better to return to the sect first. After rushing back to the sect, Yang Chen naturally brought all the women to visit the elders. In the past 10 years, many things had happened in the spiritual realm. However, relatively speaking, Chunyang Palace had been far away from the center of the whirlpool. Basically, it was relatively stable. The sect was also developing steadily. In recent years, the biggest event in the spiritual realm was the joint destruction of the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect, and the Thousand Goblin sect by the Major sect. In the past, the Major sect had targeted the Zhao family once. However, it was the first time that they had directly faced the super sect that was controlled by the Zhao family. The scale of the battle between the two sides was huge. It was not an exaggeration to call it a war. The war was the matter of the Major sect. However, the aftermath of the war directly affected the entire spiritual realm. The remnants of the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect, and the Thousand Goblin sect were wanted by the entire spiritual realm. When the war broke out, the disciples of the Three sect, who had not been able to return to the sect in time, became pitiful victims. Faced with the entire spiritual realm's wanted list, the lucky ones hid in a corner and struggled to survive. The unlucky ones were either killed or captured. Then, they were sent to the Major sect to claim credit. It took a full 10 years just to catch those who had escaped the net. Unfortunately, those who were caught were just some small fry. Most of the disciples of the Three sect had disappeared without a trace. Needless to say, they must have been picked up by the Zhao family. In this regard, the Major sect was mentally prepared. Fortunately, more than half of the peak strength of the Three sect had been killed. The Zhao family was also greatly weakened. This was an indisputable fact. It could be said that the Major sect returned with a great victory. However, including the Major sect, no one took it lightly because of this. Everyone knew that the Zhao family would not give up so easily. The current period of peace was probably to settle the disciples of the Three sect. When the matter was settled, it would be the day to settle the accounts with the Major sect. Chapter 1986. After returning to the sect, Yang Qin stayed in the sect and no longer went out. The girls also followed Yang Qin and obediently stayed in the small house in the Dragon Palace to cultivate. At least that was how it looked to outsiders. However, everyone was basically not in the Dragon Palace, but in Gong Suinling's mountain river geographical world. The Three River Alliance's cave abode had been completely refined and became a part of the mountain river geographical world. Everyone was here to admire this huge cave abode. It must be said that to be able to accommodate hundreds of thousands of Three River Alliance's cultivators and provide for so many cultivators to cultivate, this cave abode was really a bit shocking. Just the area alone reached a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. It was several times bigger than the Sunset Cliff, Linyang River, and Hatred Parting Sea. A big sect was indeed a big sect. Just by looking at the size of this cave abode, it could be seen. The refinement of this huge cave abode had stabilized the mountain river geographical map to an unbelievable level. Even if all the cultivators here were to attack the same place, they would not be able to destroy this world. No one had the power to destroy such a big world. The only pity was that even though Gong Suinling's cultivation had skyrocketed and had reached the Earth Immortal Grade 1, she still did not have the ability to take the initiative to collect the Heaven Immortal experts in battle. There were pros and cons. Without this heaven-defying attack power, as long as Gong Sunling and the Mountain River geographical map protected her, even a Xian Immortal expert would not be able to hurt her. The Three River Alliance's sect's secret treasure was finally revealed to Yang Chen's family and Aolan and Aolai. This was the Three River Alliance's secret treasure. After being refined, the treasures of the secret treasure were piled up in a huge area, waiting for them to come forward and choose. Pick what you like. The faster you get it, the slower you don't get it. Yang Qin called out to everyone and took the lead to rush into the mountain of treasures. With Yang Qin taking the lead, the women naturally did not fall behind. Even Fang Hua and the maids were no exception. All of them rushed in happily and searched for what they liked. Even if this was Gong Suinling's world, and Gong Sunling could take all these things away with just a thought, what fun would there be in fighting over them? Gong Sunling did not show any weakness either. She directly rushed in and looked around. If she saw something good, she would first take it to her side. Aolan and Aolai were also qualified to participate in this feast of splitting the spoils. Ao Lai did not fall behind at all, directly following behind Yang Qin. His long figure moved around the treasure mountain, searching for treasures that interested him. As for Ao Lan, he was not in that much of a rush. Instead, he slowly flew to the sky above the treasure mountain and slowly descended. Then he took his time to observe for a long time. Occasionally, he would reach out and grab an item. No one used their spiritual sense to check. Although everyone could instantly figure out the origins of hundreds and thousands of Dharma treasures, it was still the same question. What was the point of doing that? The treasure hunting game relied on one's eyesight to discover treasures without anyone knowing. This was the most exciting thing. When was one's thoughts the most clear? The enemy's head and the situation before them. Everyone present had a joyous look on their faces. Casually picking up a few Dharma treasures, when piled up, would surpass the largest Ao Lan and Ao Lai. Furthermore, such items piled up into a mountain. Based on everyone's speed, they would not be able to finish picking even after 100 years. If their thoughts were not clear now, when would they ever be clear? Just picking out treasures was rather monotonous. This was not a problem for Gong Sunling. Everything was prepared. This was the core mountain gate of Chunying Palace. Yang Chen's small house was located in the Earth Dragon's stomach. There was no need to worry about safety. Without anything to worry about, everyone could do whatever they wanted here. If they wanted to cultivate, there were hundreds of heaven immortal grade spirit veins. If they were bored, there was the complete inheritance of the Three River Alliance not far away. In the huge library, there were hundreds of thousands of jade scrolls on the shelves. They were arranged neatly. One could not see the end of them at a glance. They could find almost any kind of content. In another direction, there were several huge palaces. There were at least thousands of alchemy furnaces. There were no less than thousands of fire seeds of the spiritual realm in the surroundings. Almost all the fire seeds needed for alchemy in the spiritual realm could be found here. Even the fire seeds that Yang Chen had not found in the Yin-Yang heaven-burning fire could be found here. There was no shortage of medicinal herbs. Hannah Mengyu, Zhu, and Abi had not sorted out the medicinal herbs in the herb garden. There were so many that it was enough for Yang Chen to use for practice. Cultivation methods, companionship, wealth, everything could be found here. It was not an exaggeration to call it a paradise for cultivators. As long as one was a cultivator, they would probably be so happy that they would forget home and home. In the face of such a huge amount of wealth and resources, everyone's state of mind would naturally improve. Not caring about having everything and pretending to not care about having never had anything were two completely different realms. It was like heaven and earth. Everyone was completely enjoying their cultivation. That's right, it was enjoyment. Unlike those cultivators who were struggling to break through, their lives were only boring day after day of cultivation. But there was no such thing here. It was a completely happy scene. For Yang Chen and the others, cultivation was a happy thing. There were family, lovers, beauties, friends, and there were many happy things. There was no need to fall into the quagmire of cultivation. The effect of cultivation in this situation was obvious. Everyone present was a genius with full innate or acquired value. It was like adding wings to a tiger. Their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Unlike the Yang family, the Zhao family was very happy. In one of the core buildings of the Zhao family, the patriarch and several elders were frowning and discussing something. Haven't found them yet? The patriarch stared at a member of the family who came in to report. His eyes seemed to be condensed into frost. So many secret marks were left, but none of them found them. Patriarch, none of them. The member of the family felt guilty being stared at by the patriarch and the elders. He didn't dare to hide anything and quickly replied, "We sent many people to look for them, but none of them found them." "Have you sent people to look for the hidden spirit veins?" An elder at the side interrupted and asked. "Elder, we've searched." The member of the family didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately turned to the elder and replied respectfully, "We found some traces of activity, but we couldn't find the 3 disciples of the sect. What's strange is that one of the spirit veins in the 1,000 Demon sect was destroyed. Also, something strange happened there." What strange happened? Everyone's spirits rose as they asked in unison. It's said that a peerless treasure has appeared there. There are already tens of thousands of cultivators looking for it. There have been many battles, and the ground within a 10,000-mile radius has been dug up. The member of the family lowered his head and reported, "The people we sent out really couldn't find the disciples of the 1,000 Demon sect in that situation." Chapter 1987. The Zhao family patriarch and the elders were also puzzled. After carefully asking the family members, they understood that it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the whereabouts of the disciples of the 1,000 Demon sect. They couldn't help but feel depressed again. There were more than 2 million disciples in all realms in the 3 sects. With so many disciples, no matter where they were a powerful force that couldn't be ignored. If the 3 sects joined forces, even the biggest sect in the spiritual realm, the Shantian sect, would have to avoid them. No one would let go of such power. However, because of the previous mistake, they lost the game. Who knew that a little human Immortal Jr. could break the dragon trap formation arranged by the masters of the dragon clan, causing the dragon puppet to escape and gain the upper hand? The peak forces of the 3 sects were almost wiped out. Even the Zhao family lost tens of thousands of Xian immortal monsters that they had accumulated for countless years. After the investigation of what happened on the battlefield, the Zhao family knew that the key to breaking the dragon trap formation was Yangqin. In such a big scene, there were many people. In addition, there were always people in the sect who were not satisfied with Yangqin taking away the dragon palace. So the sect masters had to explain. In this way, the Zhao family also knew that Yangqin played a key role on the battlefield in the mortal world, because Yangqin found the Zhao family manor and released the black tortoise. The entire Zhao family manor was destroyed by the black tortoise. Because of the attack on the Chunyang palace in the spiritual realm, several Xian immortal masters of the Zhao family were killed. Later, they were besieged by the major sect and killed tens of thousands of Zhao family's outer disciples. In addition to this time, Yangqin had repeatedly gone against the Zhao family. In this way, the new and old hatred made the Zhao family hate Yangqin to the bone. They wanted to skin him and eat his flesh. They wanted to tear his body into pieces and grind his bones into ashes. But it was not enough to vent the hatred in their hearts. However, Yangqin was just one person. Compared to the more than 2 million disciples of the 3 sects, he was still a small matter. With so many disciples, it was impossible for the Zhao family to accept all of them to the core manor immediately. They hurriedly arranged a temporary shelter, but sadly found that the disciples of the 3 sects could not be found. How was this possible? They were 3 super sects with more than 2 million disciples. Even if they were hiding in the abodes of the sect and were carried by a master, how could they disappear? It should be known that those who were in charge of controlling the abodes of the sect were the most loyal disciples of the Zhao family. When it was necessary, they would not even listen to the orders of the sect masters of the 3 sects. However, they had disappeared without any warning. The Zhao family had been searching for the possible places for almost 2 years, but they couldn't find a single target in 2 years. This had already made the patriarch and the elders anxious to the extreme. When they were anxious to the extreme, the next step should be an explosion. No sect could accept the disappearance of 2 million disciples, and no sect could accept the loss of 2 million disciples. The small sect couldn't, the big sect couldn't, the mysterious heavens sect couldn't, and the Zhao family definitely couldn't. Controlling the 3 super sect was something that the Zhao family had been planning ever since they were in the mortal world. It was unknown how many generations and tens of thousands of years had passed before they had achieved their current results. In the end, because the 3 River Alliance was exposed, all the arrangements were ruined. Speaking of the Three River Alliance's exposure, it seemed that the matter was related to Yang Chen. If it wasn't for the few guys from the Three River Alliance who were greedy for Yang Chen's elixir combination and kidnapped Yang Chen's disciples and friends, these things might not have happened at all. If one were to think about it carefully, it was because Yang Chen found the place where Mu Bo and Yi were trapped that he discovered the array that was arranged according to the principles of the dragon trapping array. After learning some of the principles from that array, he used it on the dragon trapping array, which explained why Yang Chen was able to break the dragon trapping array and release the dragon puppet. This way, the logic was clear enough, and everything could be explained. Strictly speaking, it was the Zhao family who offended them first, even when they were in the mortal world. However, the Zhao family didn't think so. Even if they knew the truth, they wouldn't feel that they were wrong. The world of cultivation was the law of the jungle. Of course, whoever had the bigger fist would listen to them. In this way, Yang Chen was also a big problem for the Zhao family. There were already many core disciples of the Zhao family who were extremely dissatisfied with Yang Chen and wanted to get rid of him. It was only because the three sects' more than 2 million disciples were important that Yang Chen and Chunying Palace were put aside. More than 2 million disciples couldn't be given up easily. No matter how anxious they were, they had to be patient to find them. Just as Yang Chen and his family were happily cultivating and dividing the spoils, the Zhao family was in a mess looking for the whereabouts of the three sect. This search had been going on for 20 years. In the past 20 years, the Zhao family had used no less than tens of thousands of people. They had almost turned over the areas where the disciples of the three sect might appear, but they still couldn't find the whereabouts of those people and the cave residences. The Zhao family's patience began to wear thin. After so many years, the senior leaders of the Zhao family had begun to force themselves to accept the fact that the three sects' disciples had been lost. At the same time, they began to gradually change the Zhao family's style of doing things. In the past, the Zhao family had been secretly arranging things. But since the Zhao family was discovered in the mortal world, the Zhao family stood on the opposite side of the major sect. Although the Zhao family had secretly controlled several super sects for so many years, they still didn't have an advantage in terms of strength. This was also one of the reasons why the Zhao family had been hiding behind the scenes. In terms of the number and quality of masters, the Zhao family was not inferior to any of the major sects and even surpassed them. Before the Five Elements sect got the dragon puppet, when it came to top masters, the major sects were actually not as good as the Zhao family. It was just that for some special reasons, those supermasters couldn't leave a certain area, which led to the major sect's division of power in the spiritual realm. However, the Zhao family's forbearance seemed to have become the reason why the Zhao family was easy to bully. First, a human Immortal Jr. had broken the seals set by the ancestors of the Zhao family one by one. Then, the major sect had besieged them. If this could be tolerated, what couldn't? The loss of more than 2 million disciples of the three sects' disciples made the Zhao family's anger burn to the extreme. Seeing the major sect's triumphant declaration of victory and division of the Zhao family's territory and resources, an elder of the Zhao family finally couldn't hold back his anger and strongly demanded revenge. The Zhao family wasn't a fat sheep that could be trampled on, nor were they cowards who didn't fight back. The disciples couldn't be sacrificed in vain, and the territories couldn't be lost in vain. Everything that the major sect had done to the Zhao family had to be taken back from them. In addition, Yang Chen, who had ruined the Zhao family's plans several times, couldn't be let off either. Chapter 1988. Previously, the Zhao family had miscalculated and thought that the dragon trapping formation, tens of thousands of demon beasts, and the mystic immortal experts of the three sect would be enough to control the situation. Therefore, the core experts of the Zhao family did not participate in the battle. In fact, if everything went according to the Zhao family's plan, the outcome would indeed be as expected. When the dragon trapping formation trapped the dragon puppet, all the sect leaders were in despair. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's appearance, the outcome of the battle would still be unknown. The Zhao family still had many high-end forces in the core area. Although the Three sect had failed, the core strength of the Zhao family was not lost. They only lost tens of thousands of mystic immortal demon beasts. As long as the Zhao family wanted to, they could summon as many demon beasts as they wanted. The only problem was that it was relatively troublesome to control them in the beginning, and it would take a lot of time. All the major sects were feeling proud of themselves. Not only did most of them reclaim their own sects, but they had also annihilated the Zhao family's peripheral organizations, the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect, and the Thousand Demon sect. They were now happily hunting down the remaining members of the three sects and training in the horde of demonic beasts. It was time to let them know the true strength of the Zhao family. The cultivators of the spiritual realm had never thought that the territories they had spent so much effort to reclaim from the hands of the demon beasts would suddenly appear in the form of countless demon beasts. The ones who killed the powerful demon beasts were definitely experts. After clearing the mystic immortal and heaven immortal level demon beasts in certain areas, the experts would usually move on. The remaining human immortal and earth immortal level demon beasts would be left for the cultivators who came later. This was an unspoken rule. On one hand, it was to ensure that cultivators of all levels would have the opportunity to train, and on the other hand, it was to ensure the safety of these cultivators. Basically, everyone followed this rule and no one disobeyed it. The territories that were conquered would be taken over by the original sect. After all, there were no more powerful demon beasts. The remaining weak demon beasts would be taken care of by the original sect disciples. Outsiders would not interfere to prevent misunderstandings. Just as the major sect was restoring their mountain gates and sending their junior disciples to clean up the demonic beasts in their mountain gates, the sudden appearance of mystic immortal level demonic beasts instantly caused countless sects to suffer heavy casualties. A super sect or a first-rate sect was still fine. At the very least, there would be enough experts within the sect to keep watch. Once a powerful demonic beast appeared, these experts would immediately attack and rescue many disciples. However, those small sects were in a miserable state. They didn't have many experts in their sects, and their territories were all taken by the experts of other sects along the way. The sudden appearance of powerful demonic beasts immediately caused these small sects to suffer a disaster. These powerful demonic beasts were the revenge of the Zhao family. Due to the lack of time, the Zhao family was unable to control a large number of tamed demonic beasts. They could only send people to capture many demonic beasts in specific areas and stuff them into space magic treasures. Then, they sent people to fly in all directions, releasing demonic beasts along the way, regardless of the consequences. No one expected this move. In an instant, the entire spiritual realm was once again occupied by demonic beasts. Although the number of demonic beasts was not as large as the previous tide, the demonic beasts that appeared were all at the mystic immortal level. Their destructive power was more terrifying than a mixture of various demonic beasts. For a time, the spiritual realm, which had finally calmed down, was in a mess. Even the places that had never been visited by the demonic beasts after the outbreak of the devil tribulation had now become the places where the demonic beasts raged, including the Sunset Rock and Linyang River, where Chunyang Palace was located. Yang Qin did not hide his return to Chunyang Palace, so many people knew it. Moreover, after returning to Chunyang Palace, he had not gone out, which was also known to many people. The Zhao family wanted to kill Chunyang Palace. In this area alone, they had released almost hundreds of mystic, immortal, demonic beasts. When the devil tribulation broke out, the Sunset Rock was the largest trading market in this direction of the spiritual realm, and Linyang River was the area with the largest number of cultivators and refugees. At this time, it was close to the end of the devil tribulation. 70 to 80% of the cultivators gathered here had left, but there was still a large number of them left. In less than 2 days, these powerful and crazy demonic beasts caused hundreds of thousands of casualties. Even the disciples of Chunyang Palace in this area were caught off guard, and more than 10,000 of them were killed or injured. The arrangement that Yang Qin had made long before the outbreak of the Devil Tribulation finally came in handy. The first was the Sunset Rock. Countless formation flags were quickly activated. The cultivators in the Sunset Rock also knew that now was the time to unite against a common enemy. Everyone worked together to activate the formation, directly turning the Sunset Rock into a strong fortress. The fortress not only had the function of protection, but it also had the function of isolating the aura of cultivators. When the demonic beasts could not detect the aura of cultivators here, they naturally would not stay here for long, and went straight to the place where there were many people. At this time, the place where the most cultivators gathered was obviously the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. The response of Chunyang Palace was timely enough. After learning the news of the appearance of the demonic beasts, they immediately sent more than a dozen Xian Immortal Masters in the sect to kill the demonic beasts in Linyang River. However, the number of Xian Immortal Masters in Chunyang Palace was too small, but there were many demonic beasts in Linyang River, so they could not immediately eliminate the demonic beast disaster. The Zhao family was waiting for this moment. There were only a dozen masters in Chunyang Palace in total. Now, almost all of them had been sent out. Even if there were more in the sect, there were at most one or two. It was a good time to raid Chunyang Palace. The 3 Xian Immortal Masters of the Zhao family led the demonic beasts. Seeing the masters of Chunyang Palace leave, they hid in the dark and waited quietly for 3 days. After making sure that there were no more masters around, they swaggered out and released the last dozens of Xian Immortal demonic beasts in the cave residence. The seemingly solid mountain guarding formation of Chunyang Palace did not even last for 30 minutes under the crazy attack of these Xian Immortal demonic beasts and was completely shattered. The entire Chunyang Palace was completely exposed to the masters of the Zhao family and the Xian Immortal demonic beasts. Brought to the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace were the remaining dozens of demonic beasts of the Zhao family that had been finally domesticated. They could roughly carry out the orders of the controller. Unfortunately, they could not be compared with the master of the 1,000 demon sect. Otherwise, their power would be even more terrifying. But even so, compared with the strength of Chunyang Palace, if there was no accident, these demonic beasts were more than enough to slaughter Chunyang Palace. In the past, you destroyed my mortal family. Today, I will destroy your entire Chunyang Palace. Facing the undefended Chunyang Palace, not far away, one of the masters of the Zhao family said fiercely with hatred. Then he waved his hand and said, "Kill!" All the demonic beasts immediately rushed forward. Chapter 1989. The power that Chunyang Palace had always shown was not that strong. The reason why it was able to enter the first-class sect in a short time was that it had absorbed a large number of individual cultivators. The real top masters were the dozens of Xian Immortal Masters who joined the sect later. If it was still counted, at most, the few Xian Immortal Great Monsters that Yang Qin had rescued from the Zhao family seal formation were counted in it. However, so what? There were no more than 20 Xian Immortal Masters. Today, there were 60 to 70 Xian Immortal Demon Beasts. Together with the Masters of the Zhao family, there were no less than 100. It was definitely more than enough to slaughter the entire Chunyang Palace. Although the Pure Yang Palace has long been guaranteed by the major sects to protect the peace of the Pure Yang Palace for 1,000 years, but now the territories of the major sects are also being attacked by the sudden appearance of the Xian Immortal level monsters. Under the situation where they are unable to take care of themselves, who would remember those promises and put their own sect and disciples' lives to rescue the Pure Yang Palace? Moreover, even if the major sect was loyal to each other and kept their promises, most of the masters were concentrated in the Sunset Rock. There were hundreds of demon beasts rampaging in Linyang River, and only Chunyang Palace had sent masters to guard the sect. In addition, there were no other masters who could threaten the demon beasts. Without masters, how could the major sect save Chunyang Palace? At this time, even if Chunyang Palace had the same core mountain gate as the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect, and the 1,000 demon sect, it was useless. No one could escape with them, and naturally no one could escape. Today, Chunyang Palace was doomed, and no one could save them. With the gesture of the leader of the Zhao family, Xian immortal masters of the Zhao family appeared in all directions of Chunyang Palace. They followed the demon beasts from a distance and entered the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. In fact, they didn't need to do much. They just needed to follow behind and kill those who slipped through the net. It had to be said that Chunyang Palace's reaction was fast enough. Those Xian immortal demonic beasts had just broken the mountain guarding array, and the disciples inside had already retreated to the central area of the mountain gate. There was no disciple of Chunyang Palace in the periphery. From the direction of the attack, they could even see many disciples of Chunyang Palace retreating in an orderly manner. In the past, the Earth Dragon swallowed 2 or more immortals' caves. The head of the palace was more far-sighted and directly formed 2 immortals' caves in the abdomen of the Earth Dragon. One was a real core cave dwelling, while the other was a relatively simple cave dwelling that was not so core. The second cave mansion was completely for the disciples to have a place to hide in all kinds of emergencies. It had nothing to do with the core cave mansion that could really be inherited. However, even so, this cave was still in the stomach of the Earth Dragon. Whether it was the degree of secrecy or the level of security, it was much higher than many sects' mountain gates. Now the disciples of Chunyang Palace retreated in an orderly manner to the central area of the mountain gate and then entered this refuge cave residence. The Zhao family was not afraid that the disciples of Chunyang Palace would hide in the cave residence. On the contrary, this was exactly what they wanted. As long as the cultivators who carried the cave residence could not run away, the people inside could be caught in one fell swoop, saving the trouble of chasing around. Therefore, they did not immediately chase after them. They just slowly gathered from the surroundings, and even watched leisurely as the disciples of Chunyang Palace gathered and disappeared collectively. It did not look like they were coming to kill. However, their leisurely expression did not last long, and they were stunned to see a long shadow that should not have appeared here. The moment they saw this shadow, almost all the good mood of the Zhao family immediately disappeared. That was the famous dragon puppet, a powerful magic weapon of the middle stage of Golden Immortal. It was a powerful puppet made from the whole dragon, not to mention that they had dozens of Xian immortal masters and Xian immortal demonic beasts. Even if there were 10 times more of them, they would still be food for this dragon puppet. In an instant, the situation between the two sides was reversed. The originally ferocious hunter suddenly became the prey, which made the masters of the Zhao family almost desperate. Who would have thought that after the annihilation of the Three River Alliance, the Murong sisters did not return to the sect, but followed Yang Qin to Chunyang Palace? One had to know that the Murong sisters were the personal disciples of sect Master Chui of the 5 Element sect. The dragon puppet was so important to the 5 Element sect. It was not a matter of a day or 2 for the Zhao family to release the demonic beasts. The Murong sisters did not return to the sect, but stayed in this small place. This was simply impossible. However, the impossible thing had now happened. The Murong sisters happened to be in Chunyang Palace, and the masters of the Zhao family bumped into them. What should they do now? The dragon puppet alone was enough to send all the masters and demonic beasts present to the netherworld. Just when most of the masters of the Zhao family were ashen-faced, the leading master snorted coldly. Among the cultivators present, the only one who had been as calm as before was him. "We won't make the same mistake twice," the leading master said coldly. They knew that the Murong sisters were Yang Chen's concubines, and that the dragon puppet was related to Yang Chen. How could they not make any preparations before coming here? Just as the leader had said, they wouldn't make the same mistake twice. With the words of the leading master, a long rope quietly appeared on his arm. The long rope was tightly wrapped around his arm, but one end of the long rope was like a living thing, constantly shaking at the defense line of the dragon puppet, as if it wanted to rush out the next moment. You know that the dragon puppet was refined by the Zhao family, and you still dare to take it out as a gift? After the leading expert mocked himself again, his figure suddenly shot forward like an arrow that had been released from a bow, rapidly rushing towards the dragon puppet. When he was still a few miles away from the dragon puppet, the long rope on his arm had completely dispersed. It wriggled and danced in the air like a long snake, growing many times larger, and directly coiled toward the dragon puppet. The originally mighty dragon puppet suddenly became timid at this moment, as if it had encountered its natural nemesis, and no longer had its previous mighty image. Before the Morong sisters had time to control it, the long snake had already coiled around the dragon puppet's body, then immediately entangled with the dragon puppet, and no longer separated. Strangely, as soon as the long rope wrapped around the dragon puppet, it became like maggots in the tarsal bone. No matter how the dragon puppet struggled, it could not break free. The masters of the Zhao family, who had just been disheartened, immediately became excited when they saw that their family had prepared for this. When they saw that the dragon puppet was increasingly entangled by the magic treasure on the leading master's body, almost unable to move, they all cheered in unison. The Zhao family has refined the dragon taming rope using the dragon entanglement grass. Ao Lai, who was among the people who were watching the battle, suddenly shouted. Chapter 1990. Among everyone present, Ao Lai could be said to be the only one who had tasted the dragon coiling grass before. However, that was before Ao Lai took over the body. Strictly speaking, Ao Lai had not truly been attacked by the dragon coiling grass. Even so, Ao Lai's physical body could still remember the taste of it. The taste of being able to completely restrain its natural enemy left a deep impression on Ao Lai after he took over the body. The damage that the dragon coiling grass had on the dragon race was clear to see. The dragon race's hatred and fear of the dragon coiling grass had already been carved into the bones of the entire race. Of course, Yang Chan could tell this as well. However, before he could inform the Morong sisters, the dragon puppet was already tied up. The other party's attack was too fast. After all, the Morong sisters were working together to control the dragon puppet, so they were too slow. After being tied up by the dragon binding rope made from the dragon coiling grass, the dragon puppet had already lost its ability to move, becoming a puppet at the mercy of others. In the past, Yang Chen found it strange how the Zhao clan managed to capture a mid-stage golden immortal dragon and refine it into a dragon puppet. Now that the dragon binding rope appeared, he immediately understood. Without a doubt, this dragon binding rope was the culprit behind the capture of the dragon puppet. Ao Lai had just shouted, but Ao Lan, who was at the side, was already filled with rage. This was a natural restraint. As long as one was a member of the dragon race, they would naturally feel angry. Ao Lan was already holding back by not acting out on the spot. Roar! Ao Lai roared furiously and charged out. Although he was only a peak heavenly immortal, a regular profound immortal expert could only hold a grudge against him. Suddenly, another dragon appeared. The Zhao clan experts felt a chill in their hearts. The cultivators were still fine. Ao Lai was only a peak heavenly immortal. No matter how strong his aura was, they could still endure it. However, the demonic beasts could no longer endure the rage of the dragon race. They fled in all directions, no longer restrained by the Zhao clan. Humph! I knew that you were colluding with the dragon race. The leader of the Zhao clan experts did not panic. He snorted coldly again and tossed out the other end of the rope. The dragon binding rope lived up to its name. Even though the other end of the rope was entangled with a dragon puppet, the other end of the rope was like an agile snake as it flew towards Ao Lai. Dragon coiling grass and dragon race were natural enemies. Therefore, the dragon binding rope made from dragon coiling grass was extremely fast when used against dragon race. Ao Lai had only rushed forward for a few miles, and he had only breathed out a large ball of flame from his mouth when the dragon binding rope had already tightly wrapped around his body. However, It wasn't as if Aolai didn't have the strength to resist. The flame he spat out contained the purple sun, dragon fire, and the spirit devouring dragon fire. The ball of flame struck the dragon binding rope, and the dragon binding rope, which was made of dragon coiling grass, immediately began to burn. Since it was a natural counter to the dragon entanglement grass, there were certain things in the dragon clan that could restrain the dragon entanglement grass, including the dragon clan's unique fire seed. The moment the two types of dragon flames came into contact with the dragon binding rope, it was like a spark thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Immediately, purple flames soared up several meters high and enveloped the dragon binding rope. Aolai was also enveloped by the dragon binding rope. The flames even spread towards the dragon puppet. Will Aolai be all right? Sun Qingxue asked worriedly as she watched from the side. Aolai really liked the wine that Sun Qingxue brewed without the jade dragon brewing yeast. This made Sun Qingxue very happy. Now that she saw Aolai being bound by the dragon binding rope, she felt somewhat worried and immediately asked about it. I'm afraid it's not good. Yang Chen watched the situation closely, but he did not show any signs of making a move. With Aolan, a true dragon race expert, there was no need for Yang Chen to make a move. He only explained, since the Zhao clan can capture the dragon puppet, the peak heavenly immortal Aolai is probably not a match for them. As though to prove Yang Chen's words, the blazing flames only lasted for a few sentences. Then the purple flames slowly grew smaller and disappeared. As for the dragon binding rope, binding the dragon puppet and Aolai, it did not seem to have changed at all. It was still the same, just a mere dragon flame, and you dare to be impudent before this old man? The leading Zhao clan profound immortal expert did not look very old. However, his tone was very old. He addressed Aolai as this old man, not caring about the tens of thousands of years old Aolai at all. The strange thing was that Aolan had been standing on Yang Chen's side, suppressing her anger as she watched quietly. It was unknown whether it was because she feared the dragon binding rope or because she had other considerations. However, the women beside her could feel the anger that Aolan had been suppressing in her body. The dragon binding rope was specially targeted at the dragon race. The more one struggled, the tighter it became. Soon, the struggling Aolai could no longer move. His body, which was flying in the air, was forcefully pulled to the ground. Seeing that they had gained the upper hand, the Zhao clan experts regained their arrogance. In any case, the people of Chunyang Palace could not escape. It was not a bad idea to make fun of this fire dragon and put more pressure on the people of Chunyang Palace. I have seen the dragon race before, but I have never touched one. Immediately, an expert from the Zhao clan walked forward with a smile. He stared at Aolai's immobile body and teased his companions in the distance. As this expert spoke, he extended his hand to touch Aolai's huge body. His companions in the distance also seemed to be cooperating with his approach, showing the enjoyment of the winner. They let out bursts of laughter, which was particularly harsh in the empty mountain gate of the Pure Yang Palace. Amidst the laughter of the group, this Zhao clan expert's hand had already touched Aolai's huge dragon scales. The instant his hand touched Aolai, Yang Chen and Aolan, who were staring at the commotion, revealed mocking smiles at the same time. This smile was so obvious that all the women could see it clearly. Without waiting for the women to understand why Yang Chen and Aolan would laugh in such a ridiculing manner, the Zhao clan expert suddenly let out an extremely tragic cry. Then his body quickly retreated, constantly struggling, as if there was an invisible enemy attacking him. However, no matter how his companions probed with their spiritual sense or observed from a close distance, they could not find any enemies around him. Two of his companions quickly rushed forward to help. However, the moment they came into contact with that Zhao clan expert, they seemed to be infected as well. They let out miserable cries. This time, no one else dared to approach the three screaming people. They could only watch from afar in fear, not knowing what had happened. The three Zhao clan experts cried out miserably for a moment before falling to the ground and dying. However, the strange thing was that there were no wounds on their bodies. It was impossible to tell what had killed them. Immediately, everyone's gazes focused on the leading Zhao clan expert. Everyone was waiting for him to make a concrete decision. Chapter 1991. The women in the Dragon Palace had already understood, especially those who had followed Yang Qin into the Langya Well. They all knew Ao Lai's origin and how he had survived in the Langya Well. In the tens of thousands of years in the Langya Well, Ao Lai had relied on his natal fire seed, the spirit-devouring dragon fire, to burn the spiritual bodies of the cultivators one by one. The spirit-devouring dragon fire was invisible and colorless, so it was impossible to see it clearly. In the past, even Yang Qin almost fell for it. It must be known that Yang Qin was a master-level character who played with fire. Now, these masters of the Zhao family, even if there were fire cultivators among them, they were just ordinary cultivators. How would they know the power of the spirit-devouring dragon fire? Every fire dragon had a natal fire seed. The purple flame just now was clearly Ao Lai's purple yang dragon fire. Even if they couldn't name it, the Zhao family's experts knew that it was Ao Lai's natal fire seed. Since the purple fire seed had been extinguished, Ao Lai shouldn't have any other fire seed. Who would have thought that Ao Lai had a spirit-devouring dragon fire that no one could see or touch? The three Zhao family experts had clearly died under the burning of the spirit-devouring dragon fire. There were no injuries on the surface, but their souls had been burned to ashes, becoming fuel for the spirit-devouring dragon fire. It was unknown how the dragon binding rope was made. Ordinary fire seeds that could hurt the dragon entanglement grass would be extinguished by a magical force after burning for a while. However, the spirit-devouring dragon fire was different. It would not burn the dragon entanglement grass, so it would not be suppressed by the dragon binding rope. The dragon puppet had no soul, so it would not be hurt. The spirit-devouring dragon fire was Ao Lai's natal fire seed, so it would not hurt him. However, it was different for other cultivators. As long as they encountered it, they would not have a strong fire control ability like Yang Qin. There was no other way but to silently burn to death. The death of the three experts shocked the rest of the Zhao family. Even the leader could not figure out what had happened. Fortunately, the monsters that had been scared away by Ao Lai's dragon fury had been forcibly controlled. No matter what happened to Ao Lai and the dragon puppet, Chunyang Palace would definitely not be able to escape. There were beast-taming experts among the Zhao clan. Upon receiving their leader's orders, they immediately controlled a few demonic beasts to approach the dragon-taming rope from all directions. If the dragon-taming rope could be controlled, then no matter how powerful Ao Lai was, he would just be a turtle in a jar, not worth mentioning. Of course, they could not use Xian Immortal-level demon beasts for such a dangerous experiment. The beast-taming expert only controlled 3 Heaven Immortal-level demon beasts to approach the dragon puppet and Ao Lai. One was on the dragon puppet side, one was on Ao Lai's side, and one was in between the two. The one in the middle was the first to move. The demonic beast grabbed the dragon binding rope between the dragon puppet and Ao Lai with its huge claws and pulled with all its might. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, before the demonic beast could retract its large claws, it let out a roar that was comparable to being tortured. It jumped around on the spot for a while, then fell to the ground with an ordinary sound, never to get up again. Everyone could clearly sense that the demonic beast was dead, just like the 3 Zhao clan experts. It was still so strange, and no one knew how they died. If they couldn't do it in the middle, there was no need to even think about Ao Lai's side. Now, they could only turn their attention to the dragon puppet. If they could capture a dragon clan expert alive, it would be of great benefit to the Zhao clan's prestige and material gains. If they could avoid killing Ao Lai, they would try their best not to kill him. After all, Ao Lai could not move, could he? Unfortunately, no matter how good their wishes were, they were all for naught when faced with the spirit-devouring dragon fire. The entire dragon binding rope was already covered in the spirit-devouring dragon fire. As long as Aolai did not die, this fire would continue to burn, and no one could touch it. Even if Aolai died, with the nourishment of 3 Xian Immortal level experts and 2 Heaven Immortal level demon beasts, who knew how long it would take for this fire to be extinguished. Aolai was bound by the dragon binding rope and could not move, let alone speak. However, there was still a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if he was mocking the fact that so many people from the Zhao clan could not do anything to him. After being stared at by Aolai for a long time, the leader of the Zhao clan also felt a little embarrassed. So many experts of the Zhao clan were still looking at him, waiting for his next move, but he was helpless, which was extremely embarrassing. In any case, as a leader, he should adapt to the situation. No matter what, he had to make a decision. Even if it was wrong, he had to make a decision. Humph, we can't touch you now, but you can't escape either. The leader finally made a decision. He waved his hand to let the other experts of the Zhao clan continue to act. Let's destroy Chunyang Palace first, and then torment you. If worst comes to worst, we won't let you live. After we kill you, will your tricks still work? After saying this, the leader seemed to have calmed down. Since Aolai had been captured and could not move, the Zhao clan still had the upper hand in this situation. They only paid the price of 3 Xian Immortal level experts to capture a dragon at the peak of the Heaven Immortal level. This transaction seemed to be absolutely worth it. In this case, the little loss of advance and retreat before was really not something he should have done. So what if it's the dragon clan? Do you still think that all the dragons are united? The leader of the Zhao clan walked far away to the direction where Aolai's big head was facing. He slowly squatted down and looked at Aolai, who wanted to blow his beard and glare, but could not do anything. He sneered and said, "Do you really think that we can't do anything to you? Even if I can't touch you, can't the expert who refined this dragon taming rope do the same to you?" The experts of the Zhao clan had already driven those Xian immortal demonic beasts straight to the center of the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. No matter how powerful the cave residence was, if no one carried it, it could only stay where it was. It would never fly away by itself. The people of Chunyang Palace were dead. Are you very curious about how the dragon taming rope is refined? How can it not even burn your natal fire seed? The leader was proud. He was not afraid that Aolai, who was already tied up like this, could fight back. He quietly admired Aolai's helpless struggle for a while, then said happily with a smile, "It's actually very simple. It's just that some dragon scales were added during the refining process. Simple, right? Dragon entanglement grass and dragon scales were refined. No wonder the purple young dragon fire could not burn it. With the addition of the flesh and blood of the dragon race, it would naturally have some resistance to certain methods of the dragon race. It was not surprising that it was not burned by the purple young dragon fire. But after all, it was not the body of the dragon race. The purple young dragon fire still burned for a while before it was extinguished. I'm not afraid to tell you. I'll let you die knowing." Looking at Aolai's pitiful appearance and the eyes of Aolai for a while, the leader finally released most of his anger. "Do you know? This dragon taming rope was refined by the dragon race. Surprised, right?" "It is indeed very surprising." Aolai couldn't speak, but the leader clearly heard an unfamiliar voice behind him. Chapter 1992. The voice belonged to a woman, and it was very unfamiliar. The leader could swear that he had never heard this woman's voice before, let alone knew her identity. How this woman got behind him was even more of a mystery. When the voice sounded, the leader had already turned around and looked around, but he couldn't see any unfamiliar figure. He released his divine sense to investigate, but he couldn't find any strange traces. Where was the owner of this voice? The woman's voice wasn't heard by the leader alone, but by everyone in the Zhao clan. With such a change, everyone naturally couldn't care about annihilating Chunyang Palace anymore. An expert who could hide under the eyes of so many Xian immortal experts for so long It wouldn't be too much to be careful. When the leader turned around, he seemed to vaguely see the mockery in Ao Lai's big eyes again. However, at this moment, he couldn't care about what Aolon meant. All his attention was on this mysterious female expert. "Coward, come out!" The leader shouted loudly, but there was a trace of fear in his heart. There were so many experts by the side, but the opponent came and went without a trace. Just thinking about this kind of cultivation was chilling. "I'm right in front of you, can't you see?" The clear and elegant female voice rang clearly in everyone's ears, but everyone was confused. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't see a figure. Dozens of incomparably powerful divine senses plowed back and forth in the area of hundreds of miles, but they still couldn't find a cultivator who could make a sound. With such an intense search, even the smallest mosquito couldn't escape the detection of everyone's divine senses. But no one found anything. The unknown was the most terrifying, and the people of the Zhao clan panicked. Even though all of them were Xian Immortal experts, there was no need to ask to know that the opponent that so many experts couldn't detect was definitely a deadly character. Right in front of everyone. How was this possible? Everyone opened their eyes wide, trying to see clearly what was in front of them, but no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find anything. Could it be that the silent deaths of their companions and demonic beasts were because of this invisible enemy? Shwa! 2 incomparably huge moons appeared out of nowhere, hanging on the top of a mountain not far away. The moons were very bright, and they illuminated the surroundings. Miraculously, there seemed to be a kind of light in the 2 moons that seemed to be examining all living things. With the appearance of the 2 huge moons, everyone from the Zhao family immediately reacted. Just now, everyone was only focused on looking for the tiniest speck of dust, but they had forgotten to look for the largest mountain range. How was this a moon? It was clearly a pair of giant eyes. Now that the eyes had appeared, it would be much easier to find the other parts of the body. Of course, the eyes were on the head, and the head was definitely connected to the body. Following this logic, everyone from the Zhao clan almost collapsed after looking around. Everyone's faces were ashen, including the leader who had just been extremely pleased with himself. In their eyes, the huge mountain was clearly a gigantic dragon's head. The endless mountain range around it was actually a long dragon's body. As the dragon's body rose and fell, it also caused the mountain range to rise and fall. Compared to this huge dragon, they were like the most inconspicuous ants. At this moment, all the demonic beasts had already turned into a ball. Their heads and legs were curled up together, trembling nonstop. The largest snake here was thousands of feet long, but in front of this huge dragon, it was just a small earthworm. Right now, the earthworm was also curled up into a small ball. At any time, it could be crushed to death by the tiniest finger of the dragon. The dragon binding rope was actually refined by the dragon clan. Very good, very good. The sweet-sounding girl's voice came from the mountain-like head. She casually said very good, but when the experts from the Zhao family heard her, they were all scared out of their wits. The insignificant killing intent contained in that calm voice was enough to make everyone clearly aware of their current situation. Escape? What were they thinking? Even if they used their fastest flying sword and flew for the time it took for a joss stick to burn, they might not be able to fly out of the dragon's territory. Use the dragon binding rope? However, one end of the dragon binding rope was wrapped around the dragon puppet, and the other end was wrapped around Ao Lai. Right now, they didn't even know what kind of deadly thing it had been infected with, so they couldn't even touch it. In the current situation, if anyone dared to casually touch the dragon binding rope, they would probably be attacked by this unknown, huge dragon with all their might. No one had the confidence to fight with all their might, and no one dared to make the first move. Didn't they see that the other party had only revealed a little bit of its aura, and all the monsters here were already scared out of their wits? When Ao Lai appeared earlier, those monsters still dared to escape, even though they were afraid. Now, these monsters were curled up here, trembling and waiting for death. What did that mean? The Zhao family's preparations could not be said to be inadequate. One dragon binding rope could trap 2 huge dragons. But who would have thought that there would be 3 huge dragons appearing in the small Chunyang palace? This was the saying, one wrong move and the whole game will be lost. This time, the Zhao family's arrangements for Chunyang Palace had directly become the biggest joke. You don't move. The leader didn't know how he stammered out this sentence while trembling. Thinking about his own situation, he didn't have anything to rely on. Now he could only turn his attention to the dragon binding rope. If you move, I will immediately kill that dragon. As he spoke, the leader of the Zhao family didn't forget to point at the tied-up Aolai. However, when his eyes glanced in the direction of his finger, he found something that made him scared out of his wits. The dragon binding rope, which no one could touch just now, was now being held in the hands of a young man. The terrifying silent killing scene did not appear. On the contrary, the dragon binding rope seemed to have a master and was quickly releasing the dragon puppet and Aolai's body. This young man was naturally Yangchen. For Yangchen, the spirit-devouring dragon fire was a great tonic. He reached out and grabbed the dragon binding rope. He didn't even use his divine sense. He just gently pinched it, and the extremely tough dragon binding rope, which even the intermediate golden immortal dragon puppet and Aolai couldn't break, was gently pinched off by Yangchen's 2 fingers. No matter what formation or divine sense imprint was inside, it disappeared with Yangchen's pinch. The powerful magic treasure that could deal with the 2 experts of the dragon clan became 2 inconspicuous pieces of rotten rope in an instant. With this, the dragon puppet and Aolai, as well as this huge dragon of unknown cultivation, immediately plunged the Zhao family into despair. Now, even if they wanted to die, it would probably depend on whether these 3 dragons were willing or not. I really want to know the situation of the dragon clan that refined the dragon binding rope, Aolon said coldly. Whoever says it can die a quick death. Chapter 1993. None of the Zhao family members were captured, but no one doubted Aolan's threat. When dozens of Xian immortal experts and Xian immortal demonic beasts were surrounded by a dragon of unknown strength, a dragon at the peak of the Heaven Immortal Realm and a dragon puppet at the intermediate stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, it would be hard for them to die even if they wanted to. The first reaction of the leader of the Zhao family was to immediately pounce on Yangchen, who had the lowest cultivation among the enemies present. There was no doubt that Yangchen was related to the dragon clan. As long as they could capture Yangchen, everything could still be salvaged. It had to be said that the leader of the Zhao family this time was really smart and decisive. He knew where the weakest link in the scene was. The idea was good, but when it came to the specific implementation, it was inevitable that there would be a mistake. The direction of the attack was not Yangchen, but Aolai, who suddenly appeared in front of Yangchen. Aolai was very unhappy with the entanglement of the dragon binding rope. Now he finally found a target to vent his anger on. Although Aolai was only at the peak of the Heaven Immortal Realm, the innate strength of the dragon clan allowed him to display terrifying combat power even though he was a realm lower than his opponent. On one side, there were 2 golden immortal experts of the dragon clan and the dragon puppet holding the line. On the other side, there was no need to worry about the influence of the dragon binding rope. Aolai displayed 100% of his combat power. With just one bite, he crushed the leader's flying sword. Then he bit the leader's waist. After that, Aolai began to vent his anger crazily. The long dragon body was not twisting at all. Instead, it was swinging. The leader of the Zhao family, who was bitten at the waist, was smashed in all directions by Aolai. Boom, 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 boom. Anything that came into contact with Aolai would be smashed into pieces. The leader of the Zhao family, who was bitten by Aolai, had his spiritual power controlled. He could not even summon the simplest protective magic treasure. He could only use his strong body to resist. In just a few moves, The originally good mountain gate of Chunyang Palace turned into a large piece of ruins again. The Zhao family could clearly see who their leader's target was. In the current situation, it seemed that Yang Chen's side was everyone's only way to survive. While Ao Lai was angrily dealing with the leader, the other members of the Zhao family immediately found an opportunity to attack. They all rushed towards Yang Chen. None of the people present were stupid. Everyone understood the principle of putting one's life on the line. Now that everyone was already at death's door, who would be willing to give up if they didn't fight for the only way out? Yang Chen suddenly became the target of public criticism. However, be it Ao Lan or the dragon puppet, neither of them relaxed their surveillance of the experts present. Their every move was locked down. The moment everyone made their move, Ao Lan and the dragon puppet also made their move. Immediately, the dragon puppet flew to Yang Chen's side and coiled around Yang Chen to protect him. Then it immediately attacked. Bang! 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 In an instant, at least 3 experts of the Zhao clan who had rushed towards the dragon puppet exploded into a mass of flesh and blood. Far away, for Zhao clan experts on Ao Lan's side also fell to the ground and lost consciousness. From this, it was easy to see the difference between Ao Lan and the dragon puppet. Ao Lan still wanted to know more about the dragon race expert that the Zhao clan relied on. Hence, he did not kill them. On the dragon puppet side, when the Murong sisters saw that their husband's life was in danger, they immediately used a killing move, showing no mercy. With the pincer attack from both sides, the remaining several dozen Zhao clan experts quickly lost their morale. At least 7 or 8 of them knew that they were no match for the dragon puppet and gave up resisting, allowing themselves to be captured. The dozen or so experts who were the fastest to charge collided head-on with the dragon puppet and were sent flying far away with heavy injuries. A large amount of blood rained down from the sky. The 4 or 5 experts sandwiched in the middle of Ao Lan and the dragon puppet were thinking of rushing to Yang Chen's side. Suddenly, a black mouth with a radius of tens of miles opened from the ground and swallowed all of them in one gulp. It even swallowed 10 odd demonic beasts that were curled up and did not dare to move at all. Then the mouth quickly disappeared, as though it had never appeared. "You really know how to take advantage of others," Ao Lan grumbled in dissatisfaction. However, she did not say anything else. Although the earth dragon was innately good at hiding its tracks, it was still insufficient before a peak golden immortal dragon race expert. However, on account of the earth dragon being a moving mountain gate of Chunying Palace, Ao Lan did not bother with it. To dare to take advantage of the aura of Ao Lan and the dragon puppet, it had to be said that this earth dragon was extraordinarily courageous. However, when Yang Chen thought about it, the earth dragon had followed Li Cheng and killed tens of thousands of profound immortal demonic beasts. It seemed like it was not strange for the earth dragon to have such a performance. The moment the huge mouth appeared and disappeared, the morale of the Zhao clan's people immediately vanished. It turned out that the trump cards of Chunying Palace were not just a few dragon race experts. There were also strong, profound, immortal demonic beasts that no one had discovered before. Even if the dragon race had not appeared, they would not have had an easy time. Just how many trump cards did the insignificant Chunying Palace have? The Zhao clan's people nearly wanted to cry. Even now, they still could not see what the true trump cards were. This trip was truly not worth it. The Zhao clan's people, who had completely lost their morale, finally crumbled. Ao Lan easily captured the remaining people. No matter what, they had to dig out that hidden dragon race expert. Ao Lan even wanted to ask him why he helped the Zhao clan refine the dragon binding chains to deal with the dragon race. After all the Zhao clan's people were captured, Ao Lai was still not satisfied. However, this fellow was very perceptive now. When he saw that Ao Lan and Yang Chen had stopped and were waiting for him, he immediately gave up on tormenting the Zhao clan's leader. He ruthlessly tossed that fellow in front of Ao Lan and quickly flew over to Yang Chen's side. After such a torment, the Zhao clan's leader was already dizzy. In just a short while he had been tossed by Ao Lai no less than several hundred times. Fortunately, he was successful in his cultivation, and his body was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Even so, the Zhao clan's leader was covered in dust. His flesh was lacerated, his tendons broken, and his bones cracked. If he only had one breath left, that would prove that he was not dead. Yang Qin casually tossed a Lingji Du pill into that fellow's mouth. He did not forget to remind Ao Lan, "Big sis, just do your best. As long as he has one breath left, we will be able to treat him before continuing." The moment Xiaoqin said that, the Zhao clan's leader, who had just caught his breath, nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. Yang Qin was an expert in treating injuries. However, he could not use it in such a place, right? This is too much of a bully. Friends are friends. However, you still have to compensate for the damage you caused to my Chunyang Palace's mountain gates. Turning his head, Yang Chen said to Ao Lai in dissatisfaction, "Can't you watch where you are when you make a move? There are so many stone mountains, but you chose to smash my Chunyang Palace's mountain gates?" Chapter 1994. Ao Lai didn't want to look at Yang Chen anymore. He plunged into the Dragon Palace, holding the wine jar that Sun Qingxue sent to him with a smile and gulping it down. He didn't say a word to Yang Chen. From Yang Chen complaining about Ao Lai to Ao Lai's disappearance. All of this was seen in the eyes of the leader of the Zhao family and heard in his ears. This scene made him have a new understanding of the relationship between Yang Chen and the Dragon Clan. After being complained by Yang Chen, he didn't talk back. What kind of terrifying relationship was this? Unfortunately, it was too late to know all this. Otherwise, he would have to reconsider this attack. Who knew that Yang Chen didn't make friends with one dragon, but two? Ao Lan personally took these captured masters of the Zhao family away. No one knew where they went. It was estimated that what awaited them must be unspeakable torture and torture. Although the Dragon Clan rarely showed these things, when it was really necessary, they would never stick to the old rules. There were no masters of the Zhao family and demon beasts around. The enemy was not around, so there was no danger. The disciples of the Chunyang Palace began to come out in an orderly manner to clean up the mess. Speaking of which, the disciples of the Chunyang Palace were already familiar with this work. The mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace had been destroyed 3 times in the spiritual realm. Fortunately, the cultivator's belongings were all in the Qinkuan bag, and there were only some daily necessities outside, so the loss was not big. Otherwise, the loss of the mountain gate alone would make people vomit blood. But then again, the Chunyang Palace was not without a big loss. On the mountain gate alone, the loss of the mountain protecting formation was huge. This was the mountain protecting formation of a first-class sect. Although it couldn't block the joint attack of dozens of Xian Immortal Masters, it was very easy to block the attack of a fairy Immortal Master. Such a large formation consumed countless resources, but it was destroyed directly. Even at least dozens of disciples who presided over the formation were injured. Speaking of casualties, the hundreds of Xian immortal demon beasts released by the Zhao family a few days ago had caused the loss of tens of thousands of disciples of the Chunyang Palace in the territory. And this was only the sect disciples, not counting the natives who were implicated. There were countless of them. As for the other cultivators who were unlucky to stay in the Pure Yang Palace during that time, it could only be said that their luck was too bad. Fortunately, this part of the loss did not need to be borne by Chunyang Palace for the time being. Otherwise, no matter how rich Chunyang Palace was, it would have to bleed heavily. The Murong sisters did not rest for long. After settling down at the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace, they immediately controlled the dragon puppet to wipe out all the demonic beasts in Linyang River. After busying himself for a few days, he finally killed most of the Xian immortal demonic beasts. The remaining few were naturally left for the masters of Chunyang Palace to practice. The territory of Chunyang Palace was temporarily settled. The Murong sisters did not continue to stay and went straight to the 5 Element sect. They were disciples of the Five Elements sect and possessed the dragon puppet, so they naturally had to contribute to the Five Elements sect. On the other hand, the other women did not need to be so busy running around. At most, they were human immortal disciples. The sect did not need them to be the main force. After settling down here, there was news from Aolon. In the Five-Element Dragon Palace, Aolon did not tell Yangchen the results immediately. Instead, she gave the corpses of the dozens of Xian immortal demonic beasts and Zhao clan experts to Gong Sunling. These fellows were already corpses. However, they were very useful for the geographical map. It is even more serious than I imagined, Aolon said to Yangchen with bloodshot eyes. She only said this after drinking 2 jars of jade dragon wine. Normally, Aolon would only drink lightly. She had never drunk like this before. It was easy to imagine how serious the situation was. Relax, big sister. Yangchen sat opposite Aolon and said very calmly, trust me, no matter how strong the Zhao clan's dragon race experts are, they cannot be stronger than big sister. You can control the situation at any time. As long as this does not change, no matter how serious the situation is, it will not be too serious. Perhaps Yangchen's words had an effect. Aolon finally calmed down after drinking another jar of jade dragon wine. Aolon tossed the jar aside and picked up the jade cup and jade pot that Yangchen prepared for her. Then, she slowly poured a cup and placed it in front of her before speaking again. The Zhao clan might have 2 dragon race experts. One is wood attributed, and the other is earth attributed. Aolon's speaking speed also became normal, no longer as agitated. I heard that they are golden immortals. They were the ones who refined the dragon puppets. 2. This time, it was Yangchen's turn to be astonished. Originally, he thought that the Zhao clan being able to win over 1 dragon race expert was already very fortunate. Unexpectedly, the Zhao clan managed to win over 2 dragon race experts, including the one they refined into the dragon puppet. There might have been 3 in the past. The dragon puppet is earth attributed. Could it be one of them? Yangchen asked with a frown after recovering from his shock. Not counting the dragon puppet, there are 2 more. Aolon shook her head and continued gravely, I used some means. It is impossible for those Zhao clan experts to lie. There are indeed 2 of them. They even saw them in the past few hundred years. Saw them. Yangchen did not ask what means Aolon used. He believed that Aolon would not be willing to say much, either. What he cared about was the word that Aolon said. It was not seeing them, but seeing them. There was a world of difference between the 2. I did not really see them. I only felt their auras at close range, Aolon replied. Then, she added, within 50 kilometers, those auras cannot be faked. These profound, immortal experts would be able to distinguish them. The dragon binding rope was given to them by the wood-attributed one. The wood dragon palace with the dragon trapping formation was also his. The other party was indeed of the dragon race. Otherwise, they would not have used the dragon trapping formation and not the dragon binding rope. They probably knew that the dragon binding rope, refined from dragon coiling grass, was the natural enemy of the dragon race. If they did not want to attract the attention of those dragon race experts in the spiritual realm, it was best not to take out such an item that would attract hatred. Hence, they would rather use the dragon palace than let the dragon binding rope appear. This time they had no other choice. That was why they used the public enemy of the dragon race. I'm afraid I have to go and look for a few old friends, Aolon sighed. Even though what Yangchen said earlier was right, these 2 dragon race experts were not a match for her in terms of cultivation. Who knew if they had something like the dragon binding rope? Although Aolai was powerful, he would not be of much help in a battle between golden immortals. Furthermore, there were 2 opponents who might have grasped dragon coiling grass. No matter how powerful Aolan's cultivation was, she would have to consider the suppression of the world. Under such circumstances, finding a few more helpers was necessary. I have not gathered with many old friends, for a long time already. This is a good opportunity to meet them. After Ao Lan sighed, she stared at Yang Qin and added, I will also help you obtain a metal-attributed Dragon Palace. Chapter 1995. Ao Lan and Ao Lai left Chunyang Palace in a hurry. Ao Lai did not want to be in such a hurry, but Ao Lan forcefully pulled him away. Ao Lan did not even complete the half-completed Dragon Palace, which showed how important this matter was to her. Fortunately, the Dragon Palace had been merged. Now, the remaining task of refining Howling Heaven could be completed. It was just a waste of time. It was not to the extent of giving up halfway. In the eyes of outsiders, the Chunyang Palace's gate was destroyed again, and the disciples had to rebuild it for the 4th time. This kind of thing happened so many times that everyone became numb to it. Ordinary cultivators did not have much of a reaction. However, it was different for the 5 major sect. The destruction of the Chunyang Palace Gate happened after the 5 major sect vowed to protect the Chunyang Palace for 3,000 years. Although it was the mountain gate of the Pyryang Palace that was destroyed, it was the face of the 5 major sects that was swollen. If this could be tolerated, what could not? Demonic beasts appeared in the territories of the sect. However, the number of demonic beasts could at most cause some casualties to some low-generation disciples. It did not affect the foundation of the sect. The major sects had a lot of experts, and most of them had begun to hunt demon beasts in their own sect's territories. In just a few days, the bottleneck in the territories of the major sects had been restored. The Zhao family was indeed vicious this time. When everyone thought that they had recovered their lost land and the sect's territory was as safe as Mount Tai, they released so many demonic beasts, killing a large number of cultivators. Those killed were all disciples below the Heaven Immortal realm, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. After settling the disciples, the sect started to think about how to completely ban the demonic calamity in the spiritual realm. If this continued, someone would throw a bunch of crazy, mysterious, immortal, demonic beasts into their territory every once in a while. No one could stand this kind of torment. The only way was to completely exterminate the Zhao family and cut off this route. After settling the affairs of their respective sects, the news from the Pyryang Palace also reached the 5 major sects of the Dao sects. Hearing that the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace had been destroyed again, the senior members of the sect were all furious. They clearly knew that the 5 major sect had promised to the public, but they still did this kind of thing to destroy the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace again and again. This was a head-on blow to the 5 major sect in terms of reputation and credibility. If this could be tolerated, who could not? Fortunately, the Murong sisters were at Chunyang Palace at that time, so the dragon puppet was able to control the situation and save the lives of the disciples in the mountain gate, but the mountain gate was destroyed in the end. Speaking of which, the 5 Elements sect played an important role in this matter. At least, the higher-ups of the 5 Elements sect still felt proud. When the Zhao family attacked, they had almost killed all the surrounding cultivators. Outsiders did not know what happened in Chunyang Palace at that time, not to mention the cultivators who were not close to the mountain gate of the Pyryang Palace, even the disciples inside the Pyryang Palace. At that time, everyone was also hiding in the Immortal's cave of the sect, and they didn't know what happened outside. Only Yang Chen's family, Ao Lan and Ao Lai, really knew what was going on outside. The Zhao family members and the demonic beasts who participated in the attack were all dead, so no one would reveal the situation at that time. Therefore, when the Murong sisters returned to the sect and told it to the public, everything was done with the help of the dragon puppet. Outsiders did not have to worry about it. Anyway, with the dragon puppet, nothing was impossible. The 5 Elements sect saved its face, but the other 4 sect seemed a little embarrassed. Sect Master Li of the Profound Heaven sect believed that his relationship with Yang Chen was not ordinary, so he did not think that Yang Chen would care about this issue. However, in order to set an example for the other sect, Sect Master Li still sent a high-level elder to send a big gift. On the surface, it was to do his part to rebuild Chunying Palace. But in fact, it was to take the opportunity to make money for Yangqin and Chunying Palace. Sure enough, as sect masterly thought, when the other three sects saw that the profound heaven sect paid such a big price so straightforwardly, they pinched their noses and accepted it. Who asked everyone to accept Yang Chen's divine, perching jade so straightforwardly? Now that something went wrong, it was reasonable for them to pay the price themselves. Now that there was a Yang Chen in Chunying Palace, their status was different, so they had to compromise like this. If it were another small or medium-sized sect, maybe after this agreement, a bigger sect or an expert would immediately destroy the whole sect as soon as the Zhao family destroyed the mountain gate. In this way, at most, the big sect would find a scapegoat to destroy, and it would save a lot of trouble and a lot of favors. Sometimes the world was just so cruel and unreasonable. Be it oaths or promises, they would all be trampled mercilessly. Fortunately, Yang Chen and Chunying Palace now had the right to be reasonable. The disaster brought by the Zhao family this time was even greater than when the devil tribulation first broke out. Countless cultivators who thought they were in a safe area, so they were not so vigilant, tasted the bitter consequences and paid a painful price. Some even lost their lives. Of course, the major sect would not suffer this loss for no reason. After a series of investigations, they pointed the spearhead at the Zhao family. After this incident, the Zhao family suddenly became the mortal enemy of almost all the cultivators in the spiritual realm. In the past, some neutral cultivators who were not affiliated with the Zhao family felt that they should not hate the Zhao family so much. Now they all changed their minds. The Zhao family had become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. However, even if they were a street rat, the strength of the Zhao family was still undeniable. Not to mention anything else. Even if the major sect now knew where the Zhao family was, no expert could get close to it. Those powerful demonic beasts alone were a large group of natural bodyguards. Now, the major sect felt a little helpless against the Zhao family. What others did not know was that the demonic beasts were still appearing continuously. Yang Qin could not remember how he had quelled the devil tribulation in the spiritual realm in his previous life. At that time, he was on the run. How could he pay attention to deeper secrets? Now it seemed that the Zhao family had achieved their goal, so they took the initiative to seal the demonic beasts back, instead of the result of the efforts of the major sect. This speculation made Yang Chen very speechless, but he could not easily share it with others, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Sometimes Yang Chen was also hesitating whether he should forcibly improve his cultivation and then close the exit of the demonic beast space. Otherwise, the demonic beasts would come out of that exit continuously, which would increase the strength of the Zhao family. It would be very inappropriate. However, if he forcibly improved his cultivation, he was afraid that he would have to cultivate again, which would not be a matter of hundreds of years. Just as Yang Qin was hesitating, a person came to Chunying Palace. The arrival of this person made Yang Qin overjoyed. It seemed that all his doubts could be found in this person. This person, of course, was Yang Chen's sworn brother, Li Cheng. Chapter 1996. In fact, all the problems Yang Qin encountered could be summed up in the most core problem, which was the cultivation level that cultivators paid the most attention to. If Yang Qin had the cultivation level of a great overarching golden immortal, then whether it was the Zhao family or the exit of the beast space, Yang Chen could erase them at will without any hesitation. What demonic tribulation of the spiritual world! He could make those beasts disappear completely with just a flick of his finger. If Yang Qin had the cultivation level of a great overarching golden immortal, then whether it was Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map, Gaoyu's water and fire twin dragon horns, the Morong sisters' 5 elements hook, or even the golden bell mysterious sky dark sea shuttle and the 5 elements dragon palace, Yang Qin could easily refine them. There was no need to consider the difference between the methods of the dragon race and the human race. If Yang Qin had the cultivation level of a great, overarching golden immortal, then the mysterious heaven sect in the spiritual world would have been directly destroyed by him. There would be no need to go through so much trouble. He had to pretend to be a disciple of the mysterious heaven sect, play tricks on the core members of the sect, and deal with enemies every day. It was not a pleasant thing. Therefore, when Yang Chen met Big Brother Li Cheng, the first question he asked was about the cultivation of himself and his family. Yang Chen had a way to quickly improve his cultivation level. Yang Chen now had plenty of millennium pills, but Yang Chen did not want to use such a simple and crude method. It was not because the method was not effective, but because of Yang Chen's self-created golden body secret art. The efficiency of this method to increase the spiritual power conversion was too low. In addition, this method of forcibly improving a lot in a very short period of time was not desirable. Even people from the demonic sects would generally not use this method if they wanted to improve their cultivation level quickly. Between becoming fat in 100 days and becoming fat in one bite, the latter was definitely more harmful. Lady Fanghua also had a limit when absorbing Yang Chen's spiritual power. She would not be greedy and keep absorbing it. She had to take turns with others. There was a better way, and Yang Chen would not use such a violent way to solve the problem. From the Three River Alliance's cave abode, Yang Chen obtained thousands of spiritual world fire seeds. Yang Chen's current yin-yang heaven-burning fire had only absorbed more than 1,000 of them, and there was still a large part that had not been absorbed and integrated. Every time he absorbs a kind of fire seed, it can bring the power of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire to become stronger, and at the same time, Yang Chen's cultivation base will also improve a bit. To Yang Chen, this was a stable and fast way to improve. Compared to using the 1,000-year pill, not only was it much more efficient, it did not have too many side effects. It was the most ideal method. Not having too many side effects did not mean that there were no side effects. When Yang Chen created the golden body secret art, he not only integrated the great yin and yang 5 elements spirit power, but also added the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, plus the merit book. The most important thing was that the yin-yang heaven-burning fire was also added to it. At that time, in order to highlight his innate fire attribute, all of his spiritual power was mixed with a trace of fire attribute. This was indeed an unprecedented pioneering undertaking. From the point of view of the effect, it was very significant. The golden body secret art cultivation had only reached the human immortal 3rd grade, but its combat effectiveness was almost the same as the early stage of the earth immortal before the recultivation. It was exceptionally powerful. This unique pioneering undertaking made Yang Chen very proud, but when he recultivated to the human immortal level, he awkwardly discovered that there was a problem that he could not avoid no matter what. The power of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire was strong enough, but because all of his spiritual power highlighted the fire attribute, as long as he absorbed any new kind of fire seed, it would make him show a state of hyperactivity. This situation was a happy annoyance for a man, especially for Yang Chen, who had many wives and concubines. It was a kind of fragrant happiness. However, because the golden body secret art was created by Yang Chen himself, the matching double cultivation method has not yet been perfected. Sometimes Yang Chen did not even dare to be presumptuous with the women, for fear of hurting the women. There was no suitable double cultivation method to reconcile yin and yang. As a last resort, he could only use the most primitive method to solve this problem, which would take a long time. Although all the women were very happy and were nourished and glowing, the time wasted was not a small number. This was still the case where Yang Chen had not absorbed a new fire seed. If he started to absorb, it was estimated that every time he absorbed a new fire seed, it would take Yang Chen half a year to eliminate the hyperactivity. As for the high-grade fire seeds, the time taken was even more unimaginable. If this was the case, it was better to cultivate step by step and grow faster. Yang Chen also asked Li Cheng about this problem. They were all cultivators, and one of Yang Chen's wives, Zhou Xianying, was Li Cheng's big brother's matchmaker. This kind of thing was not to the point where it could not be said. However, when Yang Qin asked Li Cheng about this problem, Li Cheng could not help but be stunned at first. Then he spurted out a mouthful of wine and couldn't help laughing. He laughed so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. It was not easy to stop laughing, and when he looked up and saw Yang Chen's very sincere eyes, he couldn't help but laugh again. Finally, Li Cheng completely stopped laughing, and after drinking a few cups with Yang Chen, he laughed and scolded. "You don't know how lucky you are. Do you know how many people envy your method of improving cultivation?" Big brother. Yang Chen had never found Li Cheng's big brother to be so improper before. He rolled his eyes helplessly and asked, "Is there a way?" "Yes, of course there is." Li Cheng did not disappoint Yang Chen's expectations and said the word that Yang Chen wanted to hear the most. It had to be said that Li Cheng's comprehension in cultivation was much higher than that of Yang Chen, who had been reborn. When he began to seriously help Yang Chen think of a solution, Yang Chen could only use the word "look up" to describe his worship of Li Cheng. The one who tied the bell must untie it. Li Cheng's solution was still to find it from Yang Chen. To be more specific, it was to find a solution from Yang Chen's cultivation of the golden body secret art. Li Cheng asked about the golden body secret art in detail. In the past, Li Cheng knew the principle, but it was not to this extent. Now, Li Cheng had to ask about almost every detail of Yang Chen's cultivation in order to find a way to balance yin and yang. Even if Li Cheng was a genius and had a high comprehension, this cultivation method was created by Yang Chen after all, and only Yang Chen cultivated it. Yang Chen had the most right to speak about the specific feelings. From the details described by Yang Chen, Li Cheng found a few suitable points to break through in order to let the women with different attributes of the 5 elements be able to cooperate with Yang Chen from a certain point of dual cultivation. In other words, if Yang Chen wanted to dual cultivate with the women, he had to have at least 5 different sets of dual cultivation methods for the women of different attributes to cultivate separately, and Yang Chen himself had to cooperate with each of his own Taoist partners to achieve his goal. Chapter 1997. I have to say that it is a miracle that you can live to the present. Carefully listening to Yang Chen's explanation of his own cultivation process of the Golden Body Secret Art, holding the secret art of the Golden Body Secret Art written by Yang Chen in his hand, Li Cheng felt for a long time and directly gave Yang Chen such a sigh. Although it was Li Cheng's proposal to let Yang Chen create his own cultivation secret art at the beginning, and Yang Chen also gave some of his own opinions when he created the Golden Body Secret Art. But when he really got the detailed cultivation secret art of Yang Chen, even if Li Cheng was experienced and knowledgeable, he couldn't help but sigh. The cultivation of the Golden Body Secret Art was not an ordinary danger, especially at the beginning of laying the foundation. It could only be described as 9 deaths and 1 life, and even 9 deaths and 1 life was not enough to describe the degree of danger. Such a dangerous cultivation method. Yang Chen was able to successfully cultivate it. It was also an anomaly. How much merit did you consume? The merit chapter was given to him by Li Cheng, and Li Cheng himself naturally understood the key to it, so he asked casually, "A lot." Yang Chen did not say the specific number, just answered a lot. Compared to the cultivators in the mortal world or the spiritual world, it was an astronomical figure, which was not something they could imagine. Yang Chen couldn't remember the specific number. Anyway, it would not be a small amount. Li Cheng did not entangle on this issue. Anyway, this cultivation method of Yang Chen, even if it was given to others to cultivate, others did not have this condition. Not to mention how rare the constitution of the 5 elements was, how precious the yin-yang heaven-burning fire was, how impossible it was for the yellow, turbaned strongman body, refining technique, to have the pure physical strength of 1,000 jin. The merit required by the merit alone was enough to make everyone retreat. In the entire spiritual world, the cultivators who got this secret art and didn't think it was a fraud, It was estimated that only Yang Qin and Li Cheng were the only ones who could cultivate it. The only one who could cultivate it was Yang Qin. Although Li Cheng was strong, he was innately strong, with a single attribute of the 5 elements. It was impossible for him to cultivate such an abnormal cultivation technique. Perhaps in the future, there would be another fire dragon that would be reborn and possess the dragon puppet. It would be nourished by the Morong sisters' 5 elements, and it would take Yang Chen's virtue body honing pill to obtain full attributes. He was also of the fire attribute in his previous life. The physical strength of the dragon race was already very strong. If these conditions were met, he might be able to touch the edge of the golden body incantation. But at the end of the day, the problem was still merit. The fire dragon might not have enough merit to survive the early stages of the golden body incantation. Perhaps the physique of the dragon race was so strong that they could cultivate even without merit. Who could say for sure? Judging from the current effect, your golden body incantation can be considered to have reached the primary level. Li Cheng commented bluntly, "There are flaws, but there is still room for improvement. You can focus on these places." Li Cheng was worthy of being Li Cheng. He soon discovered the key points and began to point out the key points to Yang Chen one by one. This was originally a cultivation method created by Yang Chen himself, but he took the method to ask Li Cheng for advice. Outsiders would feel strange if they saw it, and they might even think that Li Cheng was too arrogant. However, Yang Chen did not feel this way at all. He was sincerely asking big brother Li Cheng for advice. The places that Li Cheng pointed out, Yang Chen firmly remembered them in his heart and thought about them carefully. Of course, Li Cheng did not forget to point out how Yang Chen should balance yin and yang in these parts, and directly use the original spirit power of the women for double cultivation. The great yin and yang 5 elements incantation was the original spirit power. As long as Yang Chen could control the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, then there would be no problem in double cultivation. As the saying goes, those who are difficult will not find it difficult. When Li Cheng pointed out these key points, and then explained the principle in detail, Yang Chen suddenly felt that there was a light in front of him. When the truth was pointed out, Yang Chen naturally understood what to do. Next, as long as Yang Chen perfected the golden body incantation again, and at the same time improved the original spirit power of the women, he would be able to balance yin and yang naturally in the future, and he would no longer have to worry about the embarrassment after absorbing the fire seed. Although there was no immediate experiment, there was already a direction and a way to solve it. For Yang Chen, it was equivalent to a solution. Next, Yang Chen naturally did not bother big brother Li Cheng on this matter, but began to ask about the magic weapon of the Dragon Clan. "Big brother, the magic weapon of the Dragon Clan is different from that of our human clan. Now that I have sacrificially refined it, I have completely noticed the difference." Yang Chen simply described his own sacrificially refined golden bell. Gao Yu's water and fire twin dragon horns, Gong Sunling's mountain river geographical map, and the Morong sisters' 5-element hook. Then he seriously asked for advice. "Big brother, what do you think you should do?" The magic weapon of the Dragon Clan is different from that of our human beings, and naturally the method of sacrificially refining is also different. This is common sense. Li Cheng was very generous and pointed out, however, when it comes to a specific magic weapon, it still depends on the specific situation. It is not necessary to consider the differences between the two sides. Seeing the puzzled look on Yang Chen's face, Li Cheng smiled and pointed to his wine glass. Yang Chen immediately filled his glass and held it in front of big brother Li Cheng with both hands. Let's talk about a use water and fire twin dragon horns first. Li Cheng unceremoniously drank the wine in the glass. After tasting it twice, he put down the glass and said, "What kind of magic weapon do you think it is made by a master of the Dragon Clan?" "It's just 2 high-quality dragon horns, and no master of the Dragon Clan has sacrificially refined it." Yang Chen replied subconsciously, and then he immediately thought of the key in it. The water and fire twin dragon horns were really just two dragon horns, and they had never been refined by any master. Otherwise, Gao Yu, who was only in the Jian stage at that time, would never have the opportunity to have the ability to refine it. Since it was just two dragon horns, from the point of view of refining, it was clearly two raw materials. There was no need to care about the difference between the dragon clan and the human clan. What Gao Yu had to do was to step up the sacrificial refining. This was a water-dripping stone, and there was no room for falsehood. The Murong sisters' 5-element hook is also simple. Seeing that Yang Qin had understood his meaning, Li Cheng continued with a smile. Now that the sisters are refining with the dragon puppet, what's the difference between them and the dragon clan? Isn't your dragon palace also refined with the help of a master of the dragon clan? The reason is the same. The dragon puppet has no consciousness, no spiritual awareness. The deeper the sacrificial refining, the deeper the control of the sisters. Yang Qin nodded. It seemed that the Murong sisters were really tempted to use the dragon puppet to refine the 5-element hook. The only pity was that after ascending to the mortal world, they would need to refine it themselves. But then again, at that time, with that cultivation base, there was no difference who refined it. Then there is your golden bell. Li Cheng took a sip of wine and said slowly, Chapter 1998. Is there a big problem with the golden bell? Yang Chen asked. In fact, what Yang Chen was most concerned about was not his own golden bell, but Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map. Yang Chen's golden bell had been half integrated with the power of heaven's retribution. He didn't know what method the dragon clan used to refine it, but now Yang Chen could feel the feeling of flesh and blood integration. At least from this point of view, Yang Chen felt that there was no big mistake in his choice of method. It's not big. Li Cheng replied without raising his head. The old Dragon King has laid the foundation. He originally intended to let his younger generation integrate with the flesh and blood. As a result, because a key problem has not been solved, he has not been able to let his younger generation use it. You have it easy. Saying that it was the work of the old Dragon King, Li Cheng seemed to know a lot about the secrets of the Dragon Clan. Speaking of which, Li Cheng seemed to know everything in the world. No matter what kind of questions Yang Chen asked, Li Cheng could answer them. In this regard, Yang Chen was already used to it. Key question. The word that Yang Chen grasped was the key. And it just so happened that the key word that Big Brother Li Cheng said was 4 words, key problem. The old guy is right. There are 8 dragon souls added as tool spirits. I believe you have also discovered it. Of course, Li Cheng saw the state of Yang Chen's half-integrated state and also personally tried the power of the protection. For Li Cheng, this level of contact was enough for him to understand a lot of things. However, during the experiment, Li Cheng just used one finger and flicked it casually, and the golden bell on Yang Chen's body involuntarily made a roaring sound, which alarmed all the women in the Dragon Palace. Yang Chen's golden body secret art was strong enough. After Li Cheng's excess attack power was shared by the golden bell, what was left for Yang Chen was not enough to pose any threat to him. But even so, it allowed Yang Chen to have a deeper understanding of Big Brother Li Cheng's power. With a casual flick of his finger, he could summon 8 dragon shadows at the same time. Even Yang Chen himself could feel it. What would happen if he attacked with all his strength? How many heavenly immortals and even profound immortals had attacked with all their strength only to produce 8 dragon shadows? Compared to Big Brother Li Cheng's attack, those cultivators were nothing. The 8 dragon shadows were actually 8 weapon spirits. The old Dragon King had used a special method to hide the weapon spirits. Even when Yang Chen had first obtained them, he had not discovered them. After absorbing enough spiritual power, 8 dragon shadows appeared. But at that time, Yang Chen did not realize that they were artifact spirits. He just thought that it was a characteristic of the dragon clan magic treasure. It was not until the last time he borrowed the power of the tribulation to integrate the golden bell that Yang Qin vaguely discovered this, but he was still not completely sure. Now that Li Cheng pointed it out, Yang Qin no longer had any doubts. The old guy was ambitious and wanted to refine a unique, protective magic treasure. Li Qingping held the wine glass, admired the hops in it, and said slowly, "The golden bell is of the metal attribute." So he did not choose the weapon spirit of the metal attribute, but chose 8 other attributes. According to his idea, this golden bell was prepared for a junior of his metal attribute. His own metal attribute, together with the other 8 yin and yang 5 elements weapon spirits, combined into a big yin and yang 5 elements magic treasure. Li Cheng slowly drank the wine in the glass and then said, "It was a good idea, but as soon as the junior used it, he was rejected by the weapon spirit. I don't need to say the reason. I think you also know. The combination of yin and yang 5 elements was definitely a heaven-defying move that challenged the rules of the world. That is, Yang Chen had such a heaven-defying opportunity to have such a heaven-defying attribute. Even the fire dragon, which may have the same yin and yang 5 elements in the future, had its mind destroyed for many years, and then had to rely on the Murong sisters to nourish thousands of male dragon puppets to be reborn. Only then could it have such a physique. This was only a possibility, and he was not completely sure, because the combination of the 5 elements was stable, but the combination of yin and yang 5 elements was very difficult. Yang Qin did not dare to give this guarantee. The junior of the old Dragon King wanted to have such a magic treasure without any tempering. It was obviously a delusion. Fortunately, the golden bell was left by the old Dragon King and was hidden in the treasure house, which was a bargain for Yang Qin. At least so far, Yang Qin had not found that the 8 dragon spirits had rejected him. Obviously, his physique had been recognized by the weapon spirit. You are open-minded. You did not think of relying on your own strength to spend a little time refining, which is also a lucky hit. Li Cheng then pointed out to Yang Qin, "For the time being, I have not encountered such a situation, so I can't think of a way to achieve the goal by accident of the dragon race. However, no matter how powerful the dragon race is, their power can't exceed the heavens' retribution. If you use the heavens' retribution to refine it, there is no big problem." What about the small problem? If there was no big problem, then obviously there was a small problem. Yang Qin was also eager to know the answer. In the past, he was not anxious because he always felt that the heavens' retribution would definitely solve the problem of the golden bell, so he was not nervous. Now that he heard that there was a small problem, since it could be done perfectly, it was better to be perfect. You may not be able to completely integrate it within 1 or 2 heavens' retribution. Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen's nervous look and couldn't help laughing. He replied casually, "Although it is now half integrated, it will be more and more difficult in the future. According to my estimation, it will take at least 3 human immortal retribution, earth immortal retribution, and heaven immortal retribution. When it is completely integrated, you will ascend." "Who?" Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. It turned out to be this problem. He almost thought it was a big trouble. If he couldn't solve it once or twice, then he would do it 3 or 4 times. Yang Qin never felt that the golden bell was a protective magic weapon that he had to refine immediately. With the golden body's secret art that included the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, Yang Chen in the spiritual world almost did not have to worry about most attacks. Of course, elder brother Li Cheng was an exception. You are open-minded. Don't you want to refine it quickly? Li Cheng saw that Yang Chen immediately relaxed and joked with a smile. Yes, but isn't there a better way? Yang Chen accompanied elder brother Li Cheng to have a drink and replied with a smile, "Since this method is right now, let's continue. I can't refine it halfway and change the method again, right? Isn't it just a waste of time? I'm not greedy. I'll wait slowly. Remember the word, not greedy." Li Cheng rarely seriously opened his mouth to guide Yang Chen. Cultivation, cultivation, cultivation is the mentality. Don't let yourself be tired by anything and forget your original heart. Thank you, big brother. Yang Qin also thanked him very seriously. This was the golden advice. After the two had another drink, Yang Qin said, Big brother, I want to let Aling's mountain river geographical map refine the core of the demon continent and the exit of the monster space. Do you think it's feasible? Chapter 1999. Are you willing? Li Qin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This time he was really a little surprised. Your immortal beheading blade has integrated these two space exits. There is absolutely nothing in the world that it can't cut. Are you willing to give it to Aling? What's there to be unwilling about? Aling is my wife. Yang Qin replied with a smile. Besides, I already have the entrance to the immortal beheading platform. Only this one can let me cut the world. Why should I occupy these? Big brother, I just said, I am not greedy. Li Cheng stared at Yang Chen's eyes tightly, as if to determine if he was lying. Seeing that his eyes were always open when he spoke, he finally understood that Yang Chen was not lying. He really wanted to give these two things to Gong Sunling. It seems that you have a big heart for Aling's mountain river geographical map. Li Cheng stared at Yang Chen for a while before he said, What do you want to do? Tell me. Yang Chen was waiting for Li Cheng to say this. Speaking of it, among the magic weapons of the Dragon Clan, in addition to the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle, the sea-pouring Jasper Cup, the Dragon Pagoda, and the gourd containing the Jade Dragon Wine Yeast, the Mountain River geographical map has not been commented on. The sea-pouring Jasper Cup was in Li Cheng's hands. It was already a gift for Big Brother Li Cheng. Yang Chen would not ask. That was Big Brother Li Cheng's own business. The mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle was personally refined by Aolan using the method of the Dragon Clan and integrated with the Dragon Palace. Although it was taken over by Xiao Tian later, it was also a pure dragon technique, so there would be no big problem. The Dragon Pagoda was in the hands of Xiao Tian, not to mention that Yang Chen did not want to refine it. Even if Yang Chen had this intention, Xiao Tian would not be willing to take it out. He would not compete with Xiao Tian for this lifeblood. The gourd containing the distiller's yeast has been integrated into the net bottle medicine garden, expanding the net bottle medicine garden many times and adding a huge ocean. The effect of this item was limited. If there was a chance in the future, Xiao Tian would also be integrated into the 5 Elements Dragon Palace. He believed that it would greatly stimulate the development of the medicine garden. At the same time, it would be of great benefit to a Zhu and a Bai. The Mountain River geographical map was Yang Chen's most thought. He had already accumulated a lot of questions, and he just took this opportunity to ask them all. However, at the beginning, Yang Chen did not immediately talk about the Mountain River geographical map, but talked about the Tribulation Room in Fatty Jing's conch underwater mansion. Li Cheng had seen it before, so Yang Chen didn't need to describe it in detail. He just talked about the possibility of refining the Tribulation Room into the Mountain River geographical map. In the Mountain River geographical map, 8. Before, Aling Yu. It Ling, Chung it Ling, Ling Ling T, T T, Aling SS, S, S2, T T, T T T, comma. That's a bit reasonable, but whether it works or not depends on how determined you and Aling are. That makes sense, but whether it succeeds or not depends on how determined you and Aling are. Li Cheng did not give a direct answer, but gave a prerequisite. What do you plan to do by giving the core of the demon continent and the exit of the monster beast space to Aling? The Mountain River geographical map has integrated several large cave houses and has just completed the refinement and integration of the 3 River Alliance cave house. During this period, there are more than 1 million human immortal cultivators, more than 200,000 Earth immortal cultivators, almost 10,000 Heaven immortal cultivators, and thousands of Xian immortal cultivators. Yang Chen replied very honestly, in addition, there are 2 cave houses of Holocaust sect and 10,000 demon sect that have not been refined, and a large number of Earth immortal, Heaven immortal, and Xian immortal cultivators that have not been released. I was wondering why the Zhao family was so crazy this time. It turns out that you have confiscated the family property of others. Can they not retaliate crazily? Although Li Cheng did not participate in the Battle of the Three River Alliance, such a big thing had long been spread in the spiritual world. Of course, Li Cheng knew about it. Hearing Yang Chen's words, although he didn't understand the beginning of the matter, he immediately understood the ending. He immediately smiled and joked. All the major super sect searched for these people, for fear that they would fall into the hands of the Zhao family. The Zhao family was so anxious that they almost dug 3 feet into the ground to find this batch of fresh troops. I didn't expect it to benefit you in the end. Lucky, lucky. Yang Chen smiled and said lucky twice in a row. Big brother, my luck is really good sometimes. Li Cheng smiled and didn't say much, which was a tacit consent to this matter. Anyone could understand that this matter probably had nothing to do with luck or luck. But since the benefits fell into the hands of Yang Chen, then Li Cheng, as the big brother, naturally wouldn't say anything. The more cultivators, the more powerful the Mountain River geographical map is, so you plan to refine the Heavens Retribution Room and let billions of indigenous people become cultivators. Li Cheng understood Yang Chen's idea, but he still poured cold water on him. Aren't you afraid that when the number of cultivators exceeds a limit, the Mountain River geographical map itself can't bear it? Or a Ling can't control it herself? So I plan to let a Ling refine the super cave residences of the Holocaust sect and the Thousand Beast sect first. Yang Chen replied honestly, the more cave residences melted, the more stable the world in the Mountain River geographical map will be. As for whether a Ling can control it or not, isn't there a method that Big Brother mentioned last time? When in the mortal world, Li Cheng taught Gong Sunling a method of conditioning because there were too many cultivators in the Mountain River geographical map, and the effect was outstanding. However, that was in the mortal world. There were only about 1,000 cultivators, and their cultivation was not high. Gong Sunling was more than enough to control them. But since they are cultivators, their cultivation will always get higher and higher. What should a Ling do then? Li Cheng then asked another practical question. The last method was to make Ling's cultivation a bit more pure, but it didn't really mean that she could control more cultivators. Besides, how do you plan to solve the problem of the spiritual power that those cultivators need for cultivation? Spiritual power is easy. Yang Chen found that Li Cheng seemed to be not very clear about some small things, and immediately replied, a Ling has merged with the corpses of thousands of Xian immortal demon beasts, and each corpse of a Xian immortal demon beast can be turned into a heaven immortal or earth immortal level spiritual vein, which is no big problem for more cultivators to cultivate. In the future, these spiritual veins can be replenished at any time, and it will be easier in the immortal world. Xian immortal demon beasts were all false Xian immortals who had not passed the heaven immortal tribulation, and could not be compared to the real Xian immortals in the immortal world. When they really arrived at the immortal world, the real Xian immortal and golden immortal would be able to become stronger spiritual veins. Not enough. Li Cheng shook his head and gave a judgment. So we have to add the core of the demon continent and the exit of the demon beast space. Yang Chen responded quickly. With these, can you make the Mountain River geographical map into a world?